Check their mics.
Good morning.
Hello? Yes, I know mine works.
And at the same time, just
Check.
cell phones are turned to silent.
Good morning.
Who did?
Well, it's
There,
working for
now
me.
It is now, yeah.
Call the meeting to order at 10:02. We have the agenda in front of us. Is there any additions?
Mr. Chairman, we have additions for in camera. One is a update on Stettler District Ambulance Association, and one is a legal update.
They're both listed on our agenda, so.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, under Councilor's request, 6.2 Carlisle Estates update, please, and information.
Anything else? Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I was requested, I was asked by a couple of three ratepayers. And don't have to have it now, but I'd like to know what county fair, the total cost of it was. Just put it on there. Administration can get it to me later. I just look like fairly dumb if I am a counselor and I don't know what it costs. Thank you.
Okay, any other additions?
I'll give you a motion then with the additions to approve the agenda.
Whoever gave us a motion, call the question, all in favor? Carried. And Councilor Gender is still touring around the Maritimes. Okay, minute approval for 3.1 regular council meetings, minutes, August 14th, and committee of the whole council meetings, August 22nd. Are there any questions on any of them? Councilor Stillberg?
I'll move both of them be accepted.
If there's no questions, I will call the question. All in favor? It's carried. We have introductions now. We've got some guests in our chambers, and we'll start with Greg.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hooper, Legislative Assistant.
Paul McKay, Councilor Denali Red Wolf.
Dave Grover, Big Valley Counselor.
Larry Clark, Reeve, and Gadsby Watt, the council. Justin Stevens, good morning.
Stillberg, Councilor Bymore Endiang. Good morning.
James Hyberg, Councilor for Erskine South Warden.
Nikki Dorsenson, Director of Communications.
Andrew Brishik, Director of Municipal Services.
I'm multitasking, sorry. Yvette Cassidy.
And Albasser, Operations Manager.
Kara McKenzie, Project Administrator and Health and Safety Manager.
Sharon Larson, Tax and Assessment.
Greg, can you pass your mic back, please? Just.
Hey, good morning. Jordan Fankhauser, Product Status Representative with Finney.
Danielle Phelps, Product Service Sales Manager for Finning Canada.
Thank you. We have no public hearing today, and we have a delegation coming at 10:30. I understand you folks are around for a bit this morning, so you'll have to bear through part of our meeting. Okay, next point on the agenda is 6, council request for information, 6.1, tax incentive bylaw. I brought it to the table. We'd had a request on where we were at, and I guess just an update. I know we're working on it, but sorry.
I'll go first. So we have had a kind of a tried and true incentive that we have given to developers in the past. If they come and request it from council, and we've done it at municipal taxes where we've given them a break from 80, 60, 40, and 20. It's worked quite effectively for us, and we have phased it in on different phases of different developments. I know that we've been working quite hard to try and get the actual bylaw to get the tax incentive. I don't know if we've got to the point where it would just automatically be given, or if the developer would still have to come in and present to council to obtain it. But Andrew's been working on it, so I'll let him speak to it.
Yeah, so we presented a draft to council, as you guys saw at committee of the whole a while back. And at that point, we got the direction that first draft of the bylaw said basically only new projects, not updates and renovations and additions. So now we're just working through the logistics, and I believe this same update was at committee of the whole. We're just still working through the logistics on how to value additions or smaller portions of the project to be able to guarantee the tax incentive. The challenge is right along that sort of border point where, you know, maybe the assessment change isn't going to be over the threshold that council sets, but the construction value is. But the construction value we don't have direct insight to, or without some form of an audit kind of thing. It's the assessed value that we really utilize. So if somebody were to come in, they spend, say the threshold is $500,000, they spend 600,000 on it, but the assessment change is only 450,000. And they were really anticipating a tax break on this, well, that would really screw up their plan. So we're just working through a little bit with our lawyers to see what other jurisdictions have done. So that's basically where we're at. We're hoping to be able to bring it back to council in the near future.
The example that was put at me, one was say you had another one of these major grain movers come in, and a track, you know, was anticipated a track would be running by, so they put in a system that was ran by trucks originally. Then if they did the expansion where they put in the tracks and the other handling equipment, what would, you know, it would be a huge expense to them. And the longevity and the throughput of that would be increased greatly, and along with their linear assessment. So I just wondered what, you know, it's just, we need to be considering that, and what triggers it. Is it a dollar figure? Is it jobs to our area? You know, there's got to be some variables. I see you're going to say something, Councilmember.
Yeah, and I think, and I totally understand where administration's coming from. We seem to pile stuff on and on and on, and it's one of you and seven of us. We totally get that. But I think it's just like we did with the fire department, just like we've done with other projects along the way. We need to put it as a priority, and I think that's what you're getting at, Mr. Clark, is this is something that council as a whole, in my opinion, is looking to prioritize this particular project. So part of our job is to instruct administration and give that counsel, and I think that's the general direction we're going, help you guys figure out what we are looking for mostly. And I do feel that we need to maybe put this on every council package, go forward till we get this right up.
Did have a motion at the last committee of the whole to keep it on the committee of the whole agenda.
Sure, whatever we do, yeah.
That motion's been made already, and so you will see it on Cal every month.
Yeah.
And I think council has to decide on a clear direction what triggers it, right? I think that in the past, council's done an excellent job of assisting developers. Like, we've had a couple developers who have received it twice. And, you know, it gets triggered by, well, I've done one phase, I want to continue on with the next one. Or maybe there was construction delays. But you guys have been very open to listen. And I also think that if they have to come and present to council, it keeps that communication line open. And we have an idea if they're just going to build a building or if they're going to build a plant. And then as time goes on, you know, they're going to put the tracks in, or they're going to put another plant in. So we have an idea of what their 10 and 20-year plans are, which we could assist with any way we can. But we need a little more direction. So maybe we're going into strategic planning next week. Maybe it's something we could, you know, hammer out a little bit more.
If possible, can we split this into two parts? Because I think everyone's kind of in an agreement for new construction. And I mean, there was a couple exemptions, the provincially regulated ones, but outside of that, I think we were fairly unified for new construction. Could we split it up into two different policies? One for new, which I think is pretty easy and pretty close on that one. And then the other one for revamps or upgrades, renovations, that one I agree is more complicated and may need a little bit more time. But that's a way of getting us moving forward now. And one of the flaws I see with this ad hoc coming before council is similar to our doctor recruitment incentive policy, where it wasn't an automatic approval. And yes, I don't think council ever turned any doctor away. They were all approved, but you can't really advertise that. So if a developer's looking at a development and has options in multiple municipalities, they want certainty, and that policy would give them that when they're deciding where they want to build. And I think having it set in stone, as much as I agree that having these delegations and finding out plans can be insightful for us for future planning, I think having that policy makes a lot more sense that we can advertise and try and attract via the policy.
Yeah, so to Councillor Stevens' question, absolutely, we could do this in two parts. We could bring back substantially what we originally presented to council, which would get you, bylaw on the ground, items moving for new construction, and that could probably come back the next council meeting. Because that was largely, if I recall correctly, undisputed for its other provisions, or where there was any question, it was fairly easy. And then we would amend that bylaw as we got a more robust version. No bylaw is written in stone, so you guys always have the ability to change it. So yeah, we can roll it out in two phases.
Councilor Nyberg?
So, and also, Mr. Chairman, in one of my follow-ups, we had talked to that Paul Salvatore from CEO for Municipal Experts. He's been working with the County of Lacombe and County of Red Deer on some of their business attraction and business retention. I think I sent that to you, Andrew. So it'd be interesting I would sure like to get a second set of eyes that look provincially at how this works, so that we're not out of the.
Right. And we have contacted him, and we all did the initial contact, and
Into November, December is when he would like to be able to.
Okay, that's fine. If we're going to go on that second phase, maybe he would have some insight on what everybody else is doing out there, and I think that's important.
First phase of answer questions right up, some of the questions right off the get-go. But then, as we increase sizes, and we just have to do the split too, because a lot of the incentives we did has been for real estate, the developers. But then the next step is for businesses to come in and set up businesses on them too. So it is really two pieces on the same piece of real estate, but it's two separate things also.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, I was at the Board of Trade meeting yesterday, and there's some speculations that there may also be a number of other businesses looking to locate in the county of Stettler. So I think it's imperative that we move forward. So yeah, sooner than later. Even on that first part, I agree with Andrew and Mr. Stevens that can work. That's great.
Councilor Stolberg?
I was just going to add it. I think it's more important now than ever to have a tax incentive bylaw. As our oil and gas assessment shrinks, we need to replace that with other forms of assessment in the county. And we know that neighboring counties do have tax incentive bylaws. So it's a competitive world out there. I think the county of Stettler needs to be competitive on this front, so that we can attract assessment for our county as well.
And with that mature, suggestion of a tax reduction, yes, it would. We need to be looking for other businesses if we need to fight that reduction. Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I think tax reduction is a great idea, but we've had two, one being a meat processing plant, the other one was a straw plant, and we spend a lot of our time of our people going with this, and it never come to fruition. It never developed into anything. We should not turn it away, but if somebody takes over a 15-year-old building and turns it into a new business, I don't think we should punish them either, and just, if he builds a new building, then we just let him go do whatever. But I'd like to see, that we have a few buildings here that could be used. And if some young outfit wants to start up, I don't think we should turn any business away. Just got to be careful that we're not dealing with some people that don't plan on going through to the end.
And
Thank
we
you.
want to use agent, because it could be some old guy that wants to set up a business.
Oh, no, us old guys, if we haven't made her $1 million by now, guess what? They're not gonna get her done.
My problem is you make a couple million and spend 3 making it.
Two, James.
Okay, so do we need a Councillor Stevens?
I'll make a motion that we bring back, to instruct administration to bring back the first phase of the policy to next council meeting.
Just for clarity, it's a bylaw, not a policy.
Fair enough.
The MG.
Draft of the bylaws, is that what you're after?
And it's something we can have, like, people can look at, and they, even if they have to come in front of us, they know roughly what to expect when they come to the county. So, because we've got municipalities competing for businesses all over our province, whether it be urban or rural, so we have to become attractive to try and get something here. Okay, we have a motion on the table. Administration, you're fine with that? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? There. Just smile and nod. Okay. 6.2, Carlisle Estates update. Councillor Nyberg.
I had a little bit of conversation with Miss Cassidy yesterday, explaining the situation that I've been in, made aware of. And so I just, I told the individual that I would definitely bring it to council so that we are working towards an end of getting some resolution to the issue. And I think she's wants to talk to it.
Not like putting a request or not to do that.
I will turn it over to Greg, and I know that Dan and Greg have worked very hard on this project. But I will say that this project kind of got fast-tracked, and pavement was getting the rest of Carlisle Estates paved was a huge priority for council, and we got it completed. If you drive out there, it is absolutely outstanding. It's aesthetically, it's probably one of the nicest developments we have in the county of Stettler. I think the ditches are doing what they were designed to do, and that is to take water off our roadway, off ratepayers' properties, and move it to the wetland. It might not move like Niagara Falls, but we have to be honest, like everything else in the Stettler area, it's built on a slough, it's flat, and so water moves at a snail's pace. We have had a couple hiccups out there. We got the ditches all topsoiled, we went to seed them, and we haven't had rain for years, and we got a pile of rain. We had 5 inches. So most of the new topsoil that we had just put in the ditch washed to the bottom. We had to go back, redo it, reseed. I think if the rain would have come a little earlier in the year, I don't think it would have maybe done the damage that it did. But I was out there just this week, and the grass is coming up. It's looking great. We've been here since 1980, and I don't think I can ever remember, even as a citizen or as an employee, driving by when there wasn't water in the ditch out in front of the county office. It's just the nature of where we are and how flat it is. But I know that Greg and Dan have worked very hard, and in some spots, I think we've actually accomplished getting water to run uphill a little bit. But I'll let them speak to it.
Thank you, CAO Cassidy. And thank you, council, as well. So basically where we're at with the project, as you've all toured around out there and seen, the north on Kirtley Close, that is where we have finished the landscaping. The grass seed has been put down. It is germinated. It is coming in well and holding the soil in place through the last rain that we had. So it's in good shape. Drainage seems to be working well up there. We did have the contractor finish the work along Kirtley Way and as well Carlisle Road. We did get rain shortly afterwards, and we were able to pinpoint some trouble spots. Specifically, the worst I would say was at the corner of Carlisle Road and Kirtley Way. Staff, Dan and his staff, have been working very hard. They've been out there with the concerned ratepayer. All the shots and the laser leveling that they did were done with the ratepayer as well. The ratepayer was very aware. We went through all the steps, all the work that we were going to proceed to do in order to fix the issue that was there. And granted, there was water sitting in a spot where water shouldn't have been sitting in a spot. However, the shooting the points on it did allow us to have a degree that we could make drop. There was room for it to be done. Last week, sorry, maybe this week. Dan, was it this week? This week, Dan and the crew were out there specifically with rakes and dirt being put in place and shots being taken so that we were achieving basically the run that you're going to achieve throughout that entire subdivision. There isn't a lot of drop to work with, so it's fine work. It's hand work with rakes. We believe we've got it there, and we're hoping that it will rain. We are hoping that it'll rain tomorrow, tonight. It gives us a far better idea of what we're working with. We did relay our concerns to the ratepayers that we talked to that day. Dan and myself were standing on the street, and we had a few people come along. We've talked to them all and said, this is a work in progress. We do need to see it rain, see that soil settle into place and find those trouble spots. Staff has taken pictures. We have ideas of where we need to work with it a little bit. And we believe as though that we're definitely taking steps in the right direction on that.
So, Mr. Clark, Mr. Jackson, just so that we're all on the same page here, that is part of this ratepayer's concern is that the follow-up wasn't done. He doesn't know the shots, so I'm not sure if we didn't relay that properly to him or how that worked. But he was quite concerned. This individual works somewhat in this industry, so that may, when we're talking about it, he understands what you're talking about. Myself, I'm not as maybe well versed in it. Mr. Stevens is well versed with taking shots. I can wreck your car pretty good, but I don't know if I can make water flow uphill. So where we're at on this, I think there is a little bit of communication that needs to be improved because he wasn't sure if it was the finished product or we're waiting to see or where they're at. And the last communication that I had with this individual was that he's quite concerned that there was in his culvert still water sitting. And when I went out and looked at it last, the culvert is below the dirt berm, basically. So I am a little bit, I guess I have concerns as a layman in this particular position. I have concerns that maybe this is not the water's not full. There needs to be something changed, and I'm frustrated because of the fact I pride myself in being knowledgeable, and I don't have the knowledge I want on this one. But so I can't give the ratepayer the proper answer. So I'm relaying this on to one, Mr. Stevens, who does have a little bit more knowledge than me, and then also staff. So I guess I'm really requesting help to work with this individual so that we can solve and delay his concerns.
Yes, and if I may, Councillor Nyberg, we were very thorough in our consultation with that ratepayer when we were on site that day, and it was relayed to him that a specific culvert that he has concerns with water being, that water may not always be able to run completely free, that there may be water in that culvert. And he was okay with that. He understood it and was more concerned with the water that may lay in the ditch. At that point, that was our concern as well. And staff has worked to alleviate that problem and take measures so that water will move towards culverts. We've had multiple consultations with this ratepayer. I also myself personally, just to give council some background, have had phone conversations with the ratepayer, return calls with the ratepayer. My final contact was I had left a message with him Saturday, just wanting to make sure that he understood where we were at, what we were doing, and how we were moving forward. I hadn't heard back from him yet. So, I mean, that is definitely on me. I can give him a call here today, make sure that he's up to date on it, where we're at, and what we're looking for basically out of this next rain to ensure that we're getting where we need to go. It's a process. With this, the low grade that we're working with, it's a process.
And if this is the, I mean, as Ms. Cassidy said, this is the design that we're working on, that water is to be in there, maybe that's what we need to convey to the ratepayers, that this is the design. And when I was talking to him, and when I was having that conversation, and I think I've talked to Mr. Stevens and yourself and Mr. Elvisher about it, was it almost seems like this is an Arizona style ditch, right? The low ditch and not much flow, and then, but what we get that they don't is snow and moisture. Arizona doesn't have much moisture, so they don't need big ditches. So the design from the get-go may have been not up to par, but if that was the design in the get-go, people need to know that's the case, I guess. So that's maybe part of our communications strategy here. He did mention to me a little bit about us steaming out the culvert. Again, talking to our staff, we do that all over the province or all over the county, so it's not new. And then also the stuff that's on to the would be a little bit south and west of that. We're putting water onto private property, and I think we're in the process of fixing that correctly.
Yeah, so basically, as the water drains to the west, it goes through a portion where the ditch and swale crosses private property. We've been working with that property owner to make sure that that water doesn't stay there. What we will end up working towards with council is some direction on how we want to go past that point. What we're dealing with, because of the large wetland area that we have to the west of that, and it being, again, very low grade. When you see extreme water events happening where we get lots of rain in a very short period of time, it tends to back up. So if we wish to alleviate that problem completely, we will have to further the work into that other property to the west, working with that property owner and probably with Alberta Environment as well, in order to do some wetland work as well. So that'll be something that we can definitely look into and move forward with.
Councilor Stevens, and then Stephen Cassidy.
It's a Class A wetland out there, and we've had to pay significant compensation. If that development came to council today, I don't know if it would go through, because the compensation that would have to be paid would make it unfeasible to do. It's a huge wetland out there, and it's flat.
So is it right here?
You know, it's starting to work. I mean, it's not running fast, but it is taking it away, and we're at least alleviating problems of water in basements and things like that. So I think the ditches are doing what they're supposed to do.
Councilor Stevens?
Went out and took a look. I believe this is a pig's ear, leather purse scenario. I do think the staff did the best they could with what they had for elevations to work with. It is fairly gradual. They have created grade in the right direction. That culvert, what would be the first one heading north on Kirtley Way, it will likely have freeze-up issues. The inverse of the bottom of that culvert is about 10 inches below the bottom of the ditch, meaning that every spring you're going to have 10 inches of ice in there. And in that freeze-thaw cycle, it won't take much snow to block it. So that's a given. So we have two options. There seems to be a fair bit of cover over that. We either raise that up to match the bottom of the ditch or close to, or this is heavily monitored during spring to prevent backup. Those are the current options that we have to look.
I struggle with this a little bit. I live with the person with OCD that cuts grass, and the ditches in front of our place hold water. And she doesn't quite understand why they hold water other than I say they're ditches. That's what ditches are, to flow water and they're to hold water. They get it away from the property. So then we have developers develop in places that shouldn't. Then we take over the issues with these developments. The big concern, the big issues we were having come to us was pavement. I understand why the rush was on pavement, but the manicured yards that cut their ditches, I appreciate people wanting to do that on the same sense. So we got people all over our county that cut their ditches, and we've had issues with graders kicking gravel into them. And I went by one just the other day that used to have her ditch immaculate coming up to the road, a widow lady, and now she doesn't cut it because of the gravel in the bottom, because it's the county ditch. And we don't send labor forces out there every year to rake that ditch to take the gravel out. So I think communication, I think part of it is, you talk about a silk purse in the sow's ear, it is very flat. It was built in a very flat spot. It's nice proximity to town. As Councillor Iverick said, very close to everything else that's in this town, but everywhere you drive around here, there's water and ditches. So I think maybe the expectation's got to change. We've got culverts all over that we know we have to steam. And it's the cost. Should that culvert have been raised before we paved? Possibly, but we didn't. So maybe, that's a decision that has to be made. If we live with it or and just accept that every year, but if we're keeping the water away from the property, we're doing what we're supposed to be doing with the ditch and off the road.
So Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. And I can't help but think, and the day that this went through, I was listening, but I wasn't here. I was at a different venue. I know we had an engineering firm look at this. Unfortunately, I'm getting a little cynical in my old age, because we seem to have these engineers that do the job but are never held to task on this. Unfortunately, I do believe that there should have been a little bit more advisement, I guess, from our engineering outfit to let us know that this may or may not have been an issue go forward. And this is not at all on our staff, I don't think. I think this holds the weight heavily within that engineering operations preview to figure out that what might work in one area doesn't work out here. Let's face it, they know there's going to be water out in this area. So let's have it might be a hard conversation to have, saying to us, what, County of Stettler, this is going to cost you $250,000 more to fix the problem properly. Okay. At that point, staff says, fine, we'll go back to council, and then it becomes a council decision. I am cool with that. What I'm not all right with is if an engineering firm says, we'll just make it work, and then it doesn't work. That's my biggest concern with this.
So we had two engineers work on this job, and first one told us that to make the drainage probably work better or the best that it could, that we would have to go in and drop literally every culvert on every approach built there. A lot more wetland compensation would have had to have been paid, and the culverts that were dropped already averaged $18,000 a piece. Would have put the original estimates we had on fixing the drainage were anywhere from 300 to 500,000, and then with today's prices, they were getting up to the 800. Then to put the $800,000 on top of it for paving, we're looking at a $2 million job, and it all of a sudden became very unfeasible for us to tackle. One benefit I think that did happen that was identified from the first engineer was to try and move the water, if we did get a monsoon, down the airport road to the back of that development, which we have done. And I think we'll be very effective on keeping water from getting in those ditches along the Carlisle Road and going to the west. Now it will go to the south and then out on that big ditch, which will also take the water off the airport runway. So you know, we kind of piecemealed it. We tried to be as efficient with funds as we could. But, you know, the important thing that we got from the public meeting that wasn't in attendance but was relayed to me was that the pavement was the number one issue. That was what ratepayers wanted. So we went in, we had another engineering firm come in to assist us because of the staff that we had lost this summer. And I think maybe they got, I don't think they realized that they probably came in, took a shot from the road, figured they were taking a lot of it to the south, then to go to the west. They probably didn't realize that she kind of goes down and then she goes up a little bit and then she goes down again. So we are going to meet with the second engineering firm and say, it didn't work. You know, what are you going to help us do to make this the best that it can be? But we did have the first engineering firm. I mean, it did make us gasp at the price that it would cost to fix the drainage in that development, which should have been the developer's responsibility when it was built.
Greg?
If I could please, just to basically reaffirm what CAO Cassidy was saying, a bright point in this whole thing was after Mr. Albiser and Mr. Geisler, our engineer, took a look at some of the prints that were handled by the two engineering firms. They could see the issues that we were going to run into, and this was after basically the second engineering company had come out and staked and everything like that. They were able to pinpoint some of the issues that were going to happen. And then we're able to work proactively to try to mitigate the issue and the concerns that were there. On a go-forward basis, I think we're going to see a lot of basically the fact-checking going on once we receive some information from our engineering firms. We have very capable staff that's going to be able to sit there and fine-tooth it, raise some questions, maybe get some answers that are going to definitely help us as we go forward and save us a lot of time and funds as we go into projects like that. And I think that's a huge asset that we've gained.
Scroll over and then tell us from that.
Yeah, I think there used to be Carlisle Slough and now it's Carlisle Estates. And you go back to Carl Stettler because he built this place in the slough. But I think that our Public Works and our CEO are trying as hard as they can to get the water to run the right way. Yeah, they might have missed one or two culverts that the company did, but I think they're trying to do their job. I think we should leave them alone and let them do their job. And another thing is, if you want to spend $3 million, then what do? Make levy on each house that's out there to make it work is what I would do. And, you know, I don't. So that's just some of my concerns. Thank you.
So, and then again, like I said, this isn't my forte as much, but I can't help as a layman look at this and say, okay, the old culvert was kind of in the crutch of the where it was before, and it was considerably deeper than the new culvert. So I don't know, and I guess I can't understand why they did it. And I guess that is also with the ratepayer, why they did it that way. So if we could get that why from the engineering firm, maybe it is that they needed to slow the flow down a little bit so that it didn't, it dissipated. I don't know what those answers are, but that why of why they raised that culvert close to, it looks to me that it was a foot, but it may be more. It's hard to tell because you can't see where the buried culvert was, but just knowing from when previously I was out there to where it is now, and it moved west, which again doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but maybe it was landscaping, maybe it was a design situation. But that why, I think, will go a very long distance to help this individual understand what the concept is. I mean, when you go into something and you look at a project without knowing the why, you don't know, you get upset and you say, well, this doesn't make any sense to you. And I'm there too. Like, I would sure like to know why and have some reasons behind what that was. Common sense says to me, if you left the culvert 10 inches lower and it continued, but maybe it was tilted wrong, or I don't know, but there's some information that's not there for me.
Absolutely. And what I think, Councillor Nyberg, what we're looking at is in the overall plan of the drainage in that project, what we did see is at the other end, at the south end, where that culvert laid 10 inches potentially lower, is when that water was there was water staying there. And so we absolutely did have drainage from the north. It was hitting that culvert and moving through, but then we didn't have it going anywhere.
So shared pain by everybody.
So then as we look at it going forward from that spot to the next spot, to the next spot, to the next spot, well, now we got to look at how do we take that level and we don't put it too low here so that we can still make it travel west without that water backing up and sitting in that ditch.
Mr. Chairman, I think where we're at on this is if we can, and I hate to throw this on staff, but if we could follow up with the ratepayer, I will again talk to him, explain that we've had a fulsome conversation at council on this. Absolutely, there's been some mistakes made. Maybe I don't know where the culpability. It sounds like there's lots to go around. Everybody could take a little piece of it, but we've learned from it. On a go forward, we'll try to fix it. And I think at the end of the day, what we've got is what we've got. I'm not prepared to rip up a bunch of pavement to change anything. So, and I agree with Mr. Grover. If you want to go ahead and change it, get your neighbors together and we'll change it, but it's going to cost some offside leaf. So, okay. And if you would do that for me, follow up with him again, and I will, and let him know that it's going to be a continuous. We're going to monitor it, and I think Dan's got that other end. Well, I don't know if he's got it under control, but he's working on it as best he can. I feel for you, my friend.
I'm very interested to hear that you're not supposed to divert water onto private property. I'm surrounding the Gadsby the water project in Gadsby. And all the water runs across my private property, whether it's coming or going. So I didn't realize that was a right of landowners not to expect that water to go there. So we might have a real issue, at Gadsby, because we have nowhere to put the water.
We're working on that, and if you're a farmer, you want that water.
Larry, I'm being a little facetious, but it's did that for 100 years. Yeah, but that's water does sit in ditches, water does cross property, and hopefully we get enough rain to do that again.
I think the idea is you're not supposed to do it where it wasn't before. If it was naturally flowing, you were allowed to do that.
At one point, there was ditches put in, Councilman Nyberg, that diverted water, and we all live with it. But it still comes back to a developer developing an area.
100%.
I don't go forward. I think if there's anything to learn out of this, we have to hammer the developers, because we can't take this stuff.
Mr. Chairman, one of the other things, and this was suggested to, I think Mr. Elverser had mentioned too, maybe it's our landscaping. We look at it and maybe it's not a mowed landscape. Maybe it is filled in with some different you look around the front of Points West, they've used rock. They don't mow in front of there, and I get that they're, developer or whoever did that kind of took into concept that, there's going to be this. So let's build this to a point where maintenance is easier taken care of. So that might be another option. So there is some options short of raising every culvert and trying to move water up hills.
If I can, Mr. Reeve, just a close conversation on this. Absolutely, staff will be in contact with the ratepayer. We'll keep them up to date on what we're working on out there as we proceed. Like I said, we're hoping that it rains. More so for the area, we need the moisture, but it does make it a lot easier for us to see how the water will run. As well with that, I'll circulate a document from the provincial government in regards to the floodplain to council. And the 1 in 100 year floodplain on that area out there, it does show very distinctly that all the properties where the homes are in the right locations. They do sit high, and our ditches do what they're intended to do. That in a 1 in 100 year event, the ditches will take the water off the properties and hold it, and take it to the lowlands, the wetlands, and move it. Albeit slow, it will do that, and the properties will remain high and dry. So
maybe something is it something that you could share with that ratepayer too?
Absolutely.
You would probably appreciate that.
I can pull that document, and it's a good map. And it shows that in a 1 in 100 year event that the ditches and the drainage does do what it's intended to do. So,
do we need to accept for information, or is that?
I think we did have some direction from council that it would probably be appropriate to put into the minutes. So We just formalize the direction
So
to
I
reach
make a
out.
motion that we direct administration to stay in contact with the two ratepayers as best as we can, communicate what our go-forward plan is, and try and alleviate the issue as best as possible.
Which I think they're showing us right now.
I think so, yeah.
Councilor Grover?
And it's going to be left to administration and public works to administer, talk to them and stuff. Yeah.
I will follow up with the ratepayer, of course, explaining that, but that's because he contacted me.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. We'll call the question. All in favor? Hey, I'm sorry that we went past your allotted delegation or your start delegation time, but we have two new members have come in. We'll go through introductions again, starting at Gregory.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Paul McKay, good morning.
Dave Grover, Big Valley Counselor.
Derek Clark.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Les Stolberg.
James Nyberg, Counselor for Erskine South Warden.
Morstensen, Director of Communications.
Andrew Rishik, Director of Municipal Services.
Vic Cassidy, CA.
And Albusser, Operations Manager.
Bruce Olson, President, Buffalo Lake Meadows Owners Association.
I'm Curtis Kremchinsky. I'm just on the board at Buffalo Lake Meadows Owners Association.
Kara McKenzie, Project Administrator and Health and Safety Manager.
Greg, if you want to introduce, you got a mic? You betcha.
Jordan Fankhauser, Product Support Sales Rep with Finning.
Danielle Phelps, Sales Manager for Finning Canada.
Okay. Thank you. Bruce, you were going to present or?
Yes.
Yeah, just migrate podium there.
All right. Bear with me first. I just got to get mine going because I'm not sure I'm going to be able to read it from there. So these old eyes. So
Counselors, just while he's getting set up, the other supplemental details Bruce has provided is in your email.
no, this is.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah, it's very similar. What's on the screen is going to be very similar to your handout. I've just elaborated on some more things. So thank you for allowing us to come and present to you today. We're pleased that we were able to give you our presentation on the project that we have related to the South Shore Reserve Fund. So essentially, the Owners Association here, back in 2018, we provided a sort of an original concept for the South Shore funds, and that was, I guess, a little premature. They weren't sure how the South Shore funds were going to get used and all of that. So what this is sort of, I guess, a resurrection of that original proposal in 2018. So because of the change in the and sort of better definition on how the South Shore funds were going to get used in that from the reserve fund. So we formed a committee back in 2023 to make sure there was still proper, I guess, desire to have this sports complex. And we had a pretty good response, 29 out of the 50 owners, and 72% in favor of moving ahead with the project, 75% willing to either donate funds or equipment or time or in-kind kind of contributions as well. Basically, the description of the project is going to be able to be utilized by all county residents. It's going to be located on the MR in the center of the subdivision at Buffalo Lake Meadows. Obviously, because of the location, it would cater to those that are west of secondary Highway 835. Built next to the parking lot and playground complex that's already there.
So it's a very good spot for it. We've already witnessed residents from outside the subdivision coming in using the playground. The playground was done very shortly after the development was open and is very high quality, has stood the test of time quite well. And we would build and maintain this community sports complex. So essentially the project would be a fenced 70 by 130 foot sport court. As you know, most of the sport courts they have multiple sports that are available to be used, including tennis, basketball, pickleball, shuffleboard, badminton, cornhole, ice hockey, horseshoes, all as part of the complex. Little shed to store equipment in, pavilion for gathering at the site that would be 20 by 40, basically just a roof on it, and a sea can to store seasonal equipment. That's an image of essentially sport courts kind of look like. That's a smaller version of what you are proposing. So the location, this is an overhead view of the location now. You can see there's the current playground that's there. It's on the left side. The parking lot area now would be turned into the sport court. And we have a sand volleyball court that's up on the top part of the screen. The one nice thing about this sort of setup is that if you've got a family that has young children and teenagers, they can all utilize the same area. The playground's there, sport court's there. Teenagers can be playing basketball or tennis or whatever, and then the small children in the actual playground. This is kind of a general overview. Obviously, we'd have to work with the Public Works Department and the Development Department to sort of see the project go forward. So just a bigger shot of the overhead view of the area. Essentially, we kind of figure it's an optimal use of the area. The parking lot does not get used at all right now. As many of you know, golf carts are the mode of transportation in most of the subdivisions now. And the parking area is actually quite large. Curtis, we were out shooting levels on the parking lot, and there's only about an 18 to 24 inch sort of drop in that area. So it's relatively flat, so it wouldn't take a lot of work. So essentially in the summer, you'd have the various courts. In the winter, it's big enough for a nice ice rink and curling, the low-level curling stones that you have for pond hockey kind of thing. So proposed surface would be hot mix asphalt that would be use sort of wooden curbs around to sort of maintain the water for the ice rink in the winter. The pavilion itself, 40-foot by 20-foot pavilion located. There's a raised area in the area that we've shown there. One of the complaints we've had about the playground already is there's no shade. It's right out in the open sun. Kids are playing away, but the adults can't find any shade, so this would also help provide for that. Gathering area for association events and family events and that type of thing. Design would be a pole shed that's metal clad, so low maintenance, metal roof, metal soffits to keep the birds out, that type of thing. So that's the sort of renderings. We just got these renderings yesterday, so that's the renderings of what it would look like. So this is sort of overview of the concept, essentially using the area to have the fenced sports complex. So right now, that's where the playground is. The And you can see from the photos, it's in very good shape and has really, it's almost 20 years old. So it was built very soon after development opened. The location of the pavilion up a little bit, about 3 feet raised, so provides good viewing of the sport area and the volleyball court and that type of thing as well. Sport court itself, again, sort of the layout and design of it is you have the lines drawn on, and it would sort of look roughly like that. Well, we don't think we would be using any tiling. It would just be painted lines on the asphalt. So, and then horseshoe pit kind of in that green grass area that's there, or a cornhole area if people wanted to use it. Parking, it would narrow the parking area down. We're sort of contemplating that the material moved to level the area would then get put in the lower spots and create more of the parking area. Smaller, but still adequate for the number of vehicles that we've ever seen there. Project cost, it's large and ambitious. Right from the beginning one, it was in 2018. It was playground has stood the test of time. Was developed by essentially the same group. Most of the people are still there that did that project. We've raised $70,000 through the Owners Association to put into the project. So it's a very substantial contribution by our group. We will be applying for the Community Initiatives Program through the province and asking for the maximum $75,000 that they allow for. And, we feel that because of the contribution level that we're putting in, that's really going to go a long way to sort of show our commitment on, and sort of the history of what we've already done there and how well that's turned out. So this is a sort of breakdown of the budget that's in your handout that you have. Just to go into that in a little bit more detail, it's about a $203,000 total project. We're going to contribute $70,000 to $75,000 because it'll be next year. We're asking for about $79,000 out of the South Shore Fund, and the Public Works. This is where we can maybe be a little creative, and we've had some quotes from Border Paving to actually do the entire project of the sport court, and so they quoted us $88,000 to do all the earthwork, a foot of compacted gravel, and the pavement, or $35,000 just to pave it. So those are the numbers we use to sort of derive the earthwork cost, sort of just subtracting the two, and thinking that potentially, the county, they have the equipment and the capacity to do it, would likely be able to do it for far less money than what Border would do for the earthwork because of mobilization costs and a whole bunch of other aspects, and cost of gravel and shipping and everything else. So, contemplating maybe the county could include it in their public works budget. If there's a pavement project that gets added in, maybe it makes it in the overall scheme of it, helps reduce the cost of all of the paving projects because it's a bit bigger overall. So, from our perspective, if the county could provide the gravel and the earthwork, we think that it would be far less money than what it would cost for Border to come out and do it. But the other option is Border Paving could come out and do the whole thing. Obviously, there's going to have to be some work done with the Public Works Department to say, how would this work? And is this the right location, and drainage and parking and facilities and that type of thing. So, again, the hot mix paving could be added to the actual construction budget for next year if that's one of the options. We're just interested in seeing it go ahead, if just throwing out ideas that if that works better for the county, we're fine with that too. So we're contributing about 35% of the total cost of the project. So it's a fairly significant contribution. What we're asking for is when you relate it to what other projects have already either been completed or approved from the South Shore funds, we figure we're in pretty good standing in the sense we're not, we don't feel we're asking too much. It's a fairly large project, ambitious, but we've proven that we're capable. So the funding model, obviously County of Stettler funds from the South Shore Reserve Fund for the primary sort of bulk of it from the county's perspective. Contribution maybe of the earthwork and material. Fund our $70,000 contribution, and then obviously we're going to apply for the grant. Various other grant programs, the community grants like through the co-op and through UFA and Canada Post and PV Mart. There's lots of programs out there that we will ask for some funding, corporate donations, those types of things. And lot owners' contribution is fairly significant as well in the sense of in-kind type contribution. So, we would commit that we could reduce the funding if we are successful in getting the Alberta provincial grant, that we would sort of reduce the portion that the county's going to contribute. The South Shore money would be the same, but we would, make sure that we provide those funds back to the county equivalent to what they would put in on their behalf. So, we're pretty confident that we meet all the criteria of the grant program, but we obviously can't guarantee we're going to get it either. So, we're sort of up against that deadline of September 15th. It's part of the reason we're here, is to try and make it so we can hit that deadline in matching contributions and that type of thing, which is a requirement.
When's this September 15th, sorry?
September 15th is the application deadline for that community initiatives grant. So we'd like to get that in, then they will have an answer by November. Then if you don't hit that cycle, you've got a spring cycle you can hit as well. So that's part of what prompted us to try and come and get this in place. So, we think it's an ideal South Shore project. It's notably different from the other projects that have already been approved. Meets the intent of the fund. We had already applied in 2018 for something very similar. This is just an updated version of it. And, we think it would be well utilized. We do see Curtis lives so you can see the current playground in that now. And he's mentioned many times that we do see people from outside already coming in to use the playground, the volleyball court, that type of thing. So, I'm sure council's aware of our commitment. We've worked with the county very closely on a number of issues, and probably the best example is our Community Dock Association, which is essentially the same people. It's kind of the envy of the South Shore. It works really well. The playground and beach volleyball project worked out very well and is in very good shape because of the quality of it. And many times, every year we do the maintenance on the paths that go out to the lake. We ask for some gravel. We do all the maintenance work to spread it and keep up on some of the things that are in the area that we need to do, rather than calling the county and getting them in to come and do it all the time. So our commitment to community, these are shots of the playground, the beach volleyball court. Just to give you an example, this is one of the ice rinks that was done on the lake years ago. And then another one where we've done it on the pond area, the wetland. As you can see, we spend a lot of time. This is all volunteer. People come out and do this on their own free will. We have, a homemade Zamboni that works and does a very good job. And Curtis is the constructor of that machine, and it does a phenomenal job and keeps the ice in fantastic shape. Curling, another shot at one of the pond rinks. Community gathering area, especially over the Christmas break, it gets used a lot. And this is a shot of one of the New Year's Eves. On the left side, you can see the lighted ice rink that was built by the community in that year. So our request, just we'd like to get some commitment for the project so we can move ahead and work with Public Works and the Development Office to see how we could make this come together. Planning construction in 2025 and in the summer of 2025. Conclusion, we think we've had a very good working relationship with the county. We've proven that we know what we're doing and have resources to do a lot of the things if we need to. And we've taken on a lot of the onus on ourselves to make sure it's done correctly. The community pavilion sport court would be no different if we are in our commitment to that as well. Would provide a great asset to the county. And we will maintain it, and our commitment to maintaining it like we do the playground. We collect the garbage at the playground. We do all that stuff already. This would be no different. So conclusion, it's going to be a high quality development for sure. And we have a significant ratepayer contribution that's going back into the community that we think sort of puts it in good standing because of the level that we've already committed to. So thank you, and any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer.
Councilor Stevens?
I have two questions. Start with staff. The current South Shore Reserve Fund. I think it's somewhere in that 600,000 range, with possibly one more, depending on how the meeting goes on the Marina boat launch. Is that correct?
I think it's more than that, but Chris is watching, so I'm sure she's going to send me the number here shortly.
I thought it was in that 800,000 range.
That's kind of where I thought it was too. That's where I'm.
We did a project for Buffalo Sands, Scenic Sands, that were about 80 each.
I concur with that.
Completed either one of them, but that is the total funding that was allocated.
Okay, that's the thumbnail. Okay. So next, Bruce. So you discussed if you're successful in grants that you would lower the ask of the county for contributions. Is that correct?
Correct. The difficulty with grants is you don't know if you're going to get them. And so I guess one way to look at it is maybe it's more of a loan. A lot of times you have to get maybe 3 submissions to get the actual grant done.
That's perfect. I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly. The other end of the pendulum is if you guys are unsuccessful with grants, would you be willing to look at a phased approach so that you could continue applying for grants to complete the project? Is that something you guys would be open to?
We actually, when I was sort of working on the proposal with the committee, we had a committee of 5 people that kind of worked with this together. We had originally thought to maybe present it that way as a phased project. So yeah, for sure. I mean, we think we have enough money. If we could get the court part done, we have enough to do the pavilion. Then you're talking about little things like lighting and fencing and some of those things that maybe could be done over the years.
I really like, this is a phenomenal proposal. Like there's shots in there that we probably could use for part of our doctor recruitment. It's a really good presentation. So kudos to you guys on that. One of the things that I really like about this presentation too, and I've said this multiple times, I will pay for capital all day long, but maintenance is what is the kicker, and you guys have proven you're capable of doing that. I do have a concern that it continues that way as communities do change and age, that doesn't stop. So as you bring in the new people, make sure and encourage them to continue that. The one caution I would give you, and an experience that we had, not necessarily, but the community of Erskine had when they put in their tennis courts with pavement. It went really well for probably the first 7-8 years, and then the tree roots started coming up through the pavement versus a tennis court that would have a hard cement base to it. So you may, I don't know what the cost difference would be and how that works out, but that's something that you guys could look at possibly just as a caution. So.
Yeah, we actually have a contact that has done work out in the area. Somebody that Curtis has used for a contractor, and we will be getting a concrete quote. There's a couple of photos there in that parking area. There's some trees off to the. There are very few trees around there, so that's a positive. We would ask that we can remove the ones that are there to make sure they don't influence. And it's all sand, so yeah, it's a little bit different environment there, and there's not much in the way of trees around it. It's tough to grow trees there, actually.
Just Erskine's mostly sand too, and that's where the roots just, and it was unfortunate actually. It was beautiful for a short period of time.
Krista did forward the numbers for us. So at the end of 2023, prior to those two projects being approved, it was $850,000 the fund was at. Both of those were roughly in the $80,000 range, so it'd be just shy of $700,000 right now in that fund.
Minus the marina cleanup.
Yeah, and that's, I did here today as well. I know planning had sought some preliminary direction from council to reserve basically half of the total reserve for public access improvements to the lake.
Mr. Stevens?
There, in the immediate area, there is next to no trees where this would be placed. I like the project. I like the initiative. I do want to simplify it slightly. So I see the request from the county here, and I got the impression what your priority is, being the sports court. I would make the motion that we instruct administration, and I'll leave it open to administration whether we want to take on the gravel prep work or we want to just carry it through to a contractor. But I'll make the motion that we fund the earthworks prep and the asphalt through either our Public Works Forces or South Shore Reserve Fund. And then the remainder could be done via grants and what they've already fundraised. And this kind of very much simplifies our involvement to a large degree. We have one scope to look at. This would be pending our planning department approving the location and logistics as far as parking and access.
I apologize, Mr. Stevens, but I am confused on how much money we're spending here. I don't have I think part of your motion needs to let the rest of council know what you're thinking.
Well,
and administration.
I assume you had the spreadsheet.
I do have the spreadsheet, but I'm just saying it still doesn't make sense to me what you're saying.
The earthworks is 45.5 and the asphalt is 36.4, bringing us just over $80,000.
So would you, as part of your motion, put a cap on that limit for motion purposes?
Sure.
So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that the motion be something similar to what Councillor Stevens has laid out. specifying that the county will support the earthwork and asphalt in the amount of up to 81,900, either through the Buffalo Lake South Shore Reserve Funds or through in-kind work.
That's fine. That's what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, that makes a little more sense, but, so the other two associations were capped at 80. That was kind of the contribution we were looking at for Scenic Sands and.
That was based on project costs though, too.
Yeah, but what we did was we went in and said, we'll contribute 80 to each one of these projects. So I don't know if you want to look at doing more or doing less or doing the same.
Well, this puts us pretty much in line because this is $82,000 worth of work. So that's almost identical contributions is what we made to the other two.
So then my calculation of the reserve would be right now roughly with the commitments, 610,000. If we did 80,000 to Buffalo Lake Meadows, that's pretty well half of the reserve. And we would then, per council's direction, take the remaining reserve funds and put them to public access at the lake.
Upgrades in the future. Yeah.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah, just for, because you people are from the lake, so you know all about the thing, but the money that South Shore Reserve Fund is from the land that we sold.
Yes, the MR that we sold.
Up there, and then we decide where we're going to put it and stuff like that. And your association has 50 people, and 29 of them want this to go ahead, right?
Yeah, 50, there's 50, I think there's 52 lots, but there's a couple that where there's multiple owner or one owner on multiple lots. So in sort of comment on Mr. Nyberg's comment, we're kind of in a transition phase for, we were suspect that maybe because a lot of the kids have grown, you know, they've started out at the lake being small and now they're going to university. So we're kind of in this transition phase of use. But we also know that they'll, you know, it's not going to be long before there's small kids again, grandkids, that type of thing. Pickleball's a big deal for everybody. So that's why we did the survey. We wanted to make sure there was still a desire to actually do it. So that was our very first thing when we did it, is to make sure that there was, you know, people wanted it.
And I'd also like to see you exhaust all the grant money you can get from the government, feds, whoever.
And
down the road,
Curtis might be able to comment, the playground, they did a fantastic job at getting money from, you know, oil companies and donations and grants and all of that. So there are, you know, people still in that group that did that originally. So yeah, I'm retired. I get to do that all day long now. So,
full-time employee.
Yeah. So.
The other thing is, you just talked to is the upkeep after you put these facilities in. Yeah, you can go and you can get money from the count of that land that we sold, and you can do this, you can do that. But a lot of this here, we've had it before. We had it in Big Valley then. Then it don't become a fad, the tennis court, and then they let it go to, and then it's of no value at all. That's all I'm worried about. You guys have been looking at this other stuff, but a lot of that money was put there by grant money too, though, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So, you know,
bang up job on the playground equipment.
And again, Justin's been out to see the site and, you know, talked about, you know, issues that come up with even emptying garbage, as simple as that, you know, those types of things. I don't think anybody here has ever heard a complaint from us saying, you guys need to come do that. We've always, you know, done a pretty good job at taking care of our own neighborhood type thing.
And because there is upkeep, like if you go with cement on that tennis court, this country has a habit of freezing in the wintertime.
Yeah. And we've gone back and forth. We've gone back and forth on asphalt versus cement, and you know, concrete's significantly more money. generally speaking.
Better, sure.
Yeah, yeah, and so you're trying to kind of balance those two out.
Okay, thank you.
Stevens?
One thing I would like our engineer to look at, if possible, is how much risk do we have if the intention is to eventually start flooding on top of asphalt? I don't know enough whether that will cause concerns during the freeze thaw cycle, if there is any cracks that haven't been sealed in that asphalt, whether.
Well, you're talking about an ice arena.
Well, I got the impression that was further down the road a plan, and I would like someone more informed than me to look at that before
Who
we
would be
go
more
down.
informed than you?
Lots of people.
And, a request for our public works staff, we've been fairly tasked this year. So I think that as a motion went forward, it does allow, because Bruce, we just don't have people sit and wait for the next project to come in. They've got a pretty full plate as it is. So this motion allows us to
Work with them.
I fully anticipate this being next year. Yeah. This is, we're not breaking ground.
No, we're absolutely not. But I mean, next year is another year where there's a lot of.
We're in, just so you know, we're in this project in the 9th month already. So it's 2024.
This year they have been taxed. So I'm saying next year could be very similar. So it's just, we have to be aware of that. That's okay. So we have a motion on the table. Any other questions? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried.
And once again, that was a phenomenal mission, Bruce. Kudos to you guys. That's the way it's done.
Thanks, guys. We appreciate the time, and we look forward to working with your group to make it happen. So, thanks again.
Thanks, Bruce. Okay, we will move to we won't move to 7.5. We will move to discussion on the grader rebuild. Gregory? Is that what? Yeah. There's not another item, I don't think, for that, so it would be what would take us to 7.5.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. Yeah, if we could move through with this, council had advised staff to bring back some more information in regards to the grader rebuild. C104, the CAT motor grader, it's a 14M motor grader that has an engine failure that's sitting in our shop. We did go back to fitting, and they did supply us with another quote for just an engine replacement, as well as an updated quote for the full rebuild. That information has been circulated to council. Luckily enough, we do have both Danielle and Jordan here from Finney. They are very knowledgeable. I requested that they come, as council had plenty of questions last time we went through this, and I felt as though it's best to get it right from Finney in regards to any questions you might have. The answers would go a lot further that way. So with that material that has been provided, I'd leave it to council to discuss.
I have a question to start with, and it was basically when a complete rebuild with serial number, is there any change or modification to a serial number so that if we did go to trade that piece of equipment off, we're not trading off a 2014 grader that shows it's got 1,200 hours or 12,000 hours or whatever the number is at that point. We're trading off, or 14,000, we're trading off, we'd be trying to trade a grader that had, basically 4,000 hours or. So that's a big concern to me, because we'd be putting a lot of money into this.
We actually have different types of certified rebuilds, and the scope that we provided is powertrain hydraulic with some additionals. So what you're speaking about is a certified machine rebuild, which would set your hour meter back down to 0. That runs you about 85 to 90% of new. So we didn't think rebuild economics comparing new machine to a rebuild, and where we've been successful with other counties is selling the powertrain hydraulic. But what we do is we give you a 5-year, 6,000 hour powertrain hydraulic warranty with travel. So the travel is self-insured by Finning, so it gives you that peace of mind, making it a like new. And if that machine is sold or transferred to a different county or to another customer, as long as it stays in our territory, that warranty is transferable as well. So this rebuild that we've priced out with the 588 does come with additional repair scope being added outside of the powertrain and hydraulic, but it lands you around 64% of new.
Councilor
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 588 is 65% of new. If I was to do this rebuild and then bring it into Finning, what would I get if I was to sell this unit?
We actually have been quite successful with our rebuild program in purchasing used cores and rebuilding them ourselves. Our used equipment team has been successful selling them for around $695,000 from Finning. So the purchase price back might be a little less. Obviously, we're a business and mark things up sometimes. I should have said that. It's recorded. Go ahead.
So if this is 65% of new,
yes,
you're saying if we wrote a check right now, we could get a replacement for 900,000?
Yes, so we have the new equipment pricing. So
because
843,000, and then if you do the warranty term, the 5-year 7,500 Premier that you put on it puts it out to 922,000.
The next question is, how come we paid more than that for the last 14?
So this is just base scope. I guess it's depending how it's spent. So that's a really good conversation and something that we can take away. Because this is, unfortunately, our new equipment rep couldn't be here today, but that's a good call out.
The other one that we did get rebuilt when I was here, they come back with had to rebuild different stuff once they got it tore apart. Yeah.
May I speak to that?
Yes.
So this is why we've shifted to the firm price rebuild. We have been, I guess there's a history of people bringing machines into our shop. We sell it for a value. We surprise you with a mid quote. It's 20%, sometimes higher, right? Asking, can we please have more funds to complete this machine? So everything that's in this scope, when we disassemble the transmission and we go through it, every gear, any hard part, there's no other cost back to County of Stettler on that. That's all within this price. We did add in some other scopes into this one, like the main chassis wiring harness. All of that is built in here. So the only time that you would get a potential additional is if there was something, maybe the window broke before we last inspected it, we could recommend replacing that, or if there's some other upgrades in the cab that we wanted to present to you, but nothing as part of the powertrain and or the hydraulics.
What do you mean by reconditioned hydraulic control valves or hydraulic hoses and lines?
So all of the recondition would be, if we don't have a reman to put in there, we would disassemble the valve and rebuild it. But the hoses and lines, just a general term, we would replace all of the hoses.
So you're, in this quote, you're suggesting that you're going to replace every hydraulic hose on the machine?
100%. We need to make sure that there is no contamination once we reassemble it, because that could be costly with us.
Councilor Nyberg?
So what's the time unit line to get a new unit? Like what's our delivery time on that?
We do have new units available immediately.
And what's the timeline of us getting this rebuild? 6 months?
So we do have immediate availability for base space. So depending on when it comes in, estimated timeline, again, depending on welding and machining, is roughly 10 to 12 weeks.
Gilbert or McKay, you got any questions?
Can I say something? Just part of our rebuild program, and I know you've had heartburn previously, 2018, we did a rebuild in Red Deer. Finning has definitely gone through a transformation within our rebuild space. CAT has put a focus on the certified rebuild program. So when we did the rebuild in 2018, we were only doing maybe up to 5 rebuilds, certified rebuilds throughout Finning. Now we're doing up to 200 only for construction industries. That's not even a part of our mining industry. Yeah, per year. Sorry, pardon me. Go ahead.
Councilmember?
So have you done rebuild for other counties recently?
Love that question. Yes, and we have been for 14 specifically for 14Ms, County of Foothills. We've rebuilt 2 14Ms and 1 14H. They are looking at doing a 966, and we are pricing out other rebuild options for them as well. In this area, we've rebuilt an 815 for special areas, and we've done 2 160s for Starline County.
And if I could make the comment, I'll be honest, 100% honest with you. If they would have came to me as a counselor and asked me how our last rebuild went, I would tell them it was a complete pile of crap and I would never do it again. And that's where I'm sitting right now. Unfortunately, it's once bitten, twice shy. And I tell you what, if I make the decision to go ahead with this rebuild and we get screwed again, I would really, I'd fire myself.
So that is not something that we haven't heard. We had an issue with special areas, same thing. So they gave us an opportunity on the 815. And so far we deal with Sean Kovich out there. He's very satisfied. And what we want to is, obviously we're in sales, but voice of customer. So we've been working with Colby Black, Mike Gallant out of Foothills, or Colby out of Starland, Mike Gallant out of Foothills, for voice of customer to give you a peace of mind, what they found successful, what they didn't like about it, and what their feedback is, because they're the ones running the machines.
Councilor Brewer? Yeah, you said this, and you talked really fast.
Sorry.
14M, you did a 14M for special areas, right?
Sorry, for Foothills, we've done 2.
Councilor Stolberg?
And then if we went the route just to repair the engine, that's around 65,000.
Yes, so Carrie, can Jordan say that?
So we had a similar failure last year on C103, and the quote I provided was just for a replacement engine on that unit. The county did their own work at that time. So yeah, the quote is only for the replacement reman engine. Kind of our goals with this and the discussion that we've had with Dan and Greg, when we look at an isolated repair and only do the minimum repair to get the machine up and operational again, our largest concern is always having repeat failures in other components, and you're kind of chasing your tail there as far as having a machine that's ready to work and operational. CAT is in a timeline of about 12,000 hours for a medium duty utilization machine, which is, general road works and gravel work, snow clearing, things like that. 12,000 hours is the change out for the majority of major components, recondition or replacement. So looking at that, we have a large number of 14s within your fleet right now where there needs to be that consideration to either do investment through rebuild or look at replacing those assets with new machines.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, adding to that, that is exactly where we're at. We're seeing that we have about 4 units that are all in excess of 10,000 hours. As well, what we'd be doing as we're coming towards budget season here is the fact that we need to start working towards a replacement program on those graders. So, the opportunity financially would be either a rebuild at this price that has been quoted and purchase of a new grader, or potentially a purchase of 2 new graders, going the opposite direction. So there is some financial consideration definitely for council as they move forward on this.
Councilmember, did you?
Just if we did put the 64,000, put that new engine in there, what would the estimated value of that unit be if we were to sell it? You, Finning says that they take it and make a profit on it, which I understand. You are in the business of making profit. That's how business works. Totally understand that. But would you make us an offer?
So this is We worked with Matt, our new equipment sales rep, before coming out here. And with the engine being failed right now, the value would be roughly $50,000.
Yeah, I think the question was if it had a replacement engine put in it by our shop horses, or if
We paid the 64 grand and
Do it.
yeah.
and we put an engine in.
Right?
Then roughly, I would say take that value and put it in there. So $100,000 to $110,000.
So just to break even on the engine.
50 grand, you could part that baby out with tires on other graders.
Can I speak?
Yes, you betcha.
One thing we're up against right now is just the used market conditions as well for heavy equipment. There is a large amount of machines that are available and ready to sell. So there is a softening in the market right now. So the value of a return on a used piece is low right now. So it does make a rebuild appealing because that's a core unit that you already have, you've already invested in. So your total cost ownership does go down, making a reinvestment in that piece at 64% compared to looking at a replacement.
Like our first discussion, though, we did have a discussion about operators running them, and so you're still sitting your operator in 2014. So, you know, what have we did to, like, the cab is still ergonomic the way it should be, everything else, or is there new changes to the new machines that we need to be keeping up with too? Or are guys going to put their happy face on and go run these units up and down the road?
Mr. Reeve, if I could, Dan, would you be interested in just talking in regards to the difference that you would see or that you've seen between the new graders and the 14 that's sitting in the shop?
Just start talking.
I haven't really seen any difference, really. Honestly, the joysticks are designed a little bit differently. The seats are, new seat or a used seat, right? They pretty much, you guys haven't changed the cab much at all on them.
And sorry, as part of this rebuild, there is a cab refresh that happens. So we replace operator seats and floorboards, headliners. We did a pre-rebuild inspection on this unit in your guys' shop, and there was some touch points that we've noticed were damaged and worn. So we've included all of those replacements as part of this rebuild package. So it will feel like a refreshed cab again. And I guess as far as the comment on operator feedback, I think it can go either way. We have a lot of operators that are very happy with what's familiar and what they've been operating for some time, and changes can sometimes be difficult. So we have had that feedback a lot with operators sticking with the equipment that they know and have operated in the past, running a second life on that piece of equipment. They get to continue to use what they're familiar with.
Thank you. Councilor Stevens?
Some of this, if you look at the additional charges, I don't understand if the armrests or cushions were worn out, why our mechanics haven't just changed. You know what I mean? If there's an issue with the fender flare assemblies, this, in my mind, should not even have come to us. If it needs to be replaced, it should have just been replaced. Those sorts of things, I don't know why we need to get fitting involved. It doesn't change the function. It doesn't change the warranty. And if it needs to be done, just do it. Some of this, I'm a little bit torn in the sense that why are we replacing functioning parts that may or may not last for a number of years in order to gain a warranty? And I do struggle with, while we're replacing, let's just replace everything and then we know we have certainty. Well, that's a fair bit of cost for certainty. So I'm a little bit torn on that aspect. And the repainting and that sort of thing, if our intention is to keep this machine in the fleet for the length of this new warranty, I don't see any value in repainting and decaling a grader if our intention is to get it functioning and send it off for sale. Yeah, there's probably value in having it refreshed on the paint decals, but I'm sorry, that's an aesthetic, and I don't see the value in that.
Mr. Reeve, if I may, and at our last conversations with council in regards to our direction that we're looking to move with our graders, there was a flavor from council that the 14s are something that we don't necessarily need to keep an entire fleet of. This would be, in my mind, a cost-effective way for you to have 14 in our fleet that would be used, excuse me, in somewhat of a different fashion from our regular road beats every day, allowing us to move forward with council's interest in either 160s or 140s to fill that role. This would give you a cost-effective fashion to have that 14M still sitting in our fleet, not necessarily having it logging the full annual hours that our road beats do with those graders, and having a reliable motor grader there for us in that size.
So I got two things. I guess I agree with Mr. Stevens in the fact that if that's the plan, they go forward, that this is an effective use of a motor grader that will just be kind of set as we're not going to use it on a daily basis. I don't know if it needs to have all the bling. I mean, decaling and putting the really nice cat and finning logo on it might be Cat's contribution to helping us get back to where we were from the first one we did, just saying. But the second one that I have on these units, will there be that where the wings were breaking off of these and just basically falling off? Are they going to be x-rayed and properly checked?
We're looking at all the graders for that. And we've been working with Finney, and we've been working with RMA Insurance to deal with that issue, because we've had 3 fall off, and we're lucky that no one got hurt or killed. Just a comment, we've had gravel truck, the thing with pups, thank you. The pups, and I've seen them look so bad that I've said to the guys, just take them to the dump. Like, they're embarrassing, they look so bad. We take them, we weld them, we replace some plastic on them, we paint them, we put the red reflective tape on them, and we put a county logo, and oh my God, they look good. And you're so proud when you see them walk by or drive by. And it does a lot for not only staff morale, but it does a lot, I think, for just the county of Stettler in general. And that's our equipment. It looks good. It's not brand new. Maybe it's 5 or 6 years old, but we're getting another 2-3 years out of these pups, and these pups are $40,000-$50,000 a piece.
I think it's the burnt once thing though. It's just, I just sit here and think, okay, what goes wrong with this thing next? Because last time we just kind of sat there and you got to be kidding us. You got to be kidding. We got to spend more money. This is another cost coming in.
I can't use the word that I used.
I can't either in chambers. And I'm just concerned we're basically putting money into that we would maybe break even if we tried to sell that unit after putting all that money in. And we have talked about the 14s versus the 160s. And I don't know. I don't sit here with a good feeling in my stomach, because I gotta be honest, I didn't trust Cat with fitting with the last one. After it happened, I trusted it fully going in, but after it happened, I was, and part of it was probably how we scoped it. But I mean, we sat here and made a decision, and I know it's changed. You went from 5 to 200, but there's quite a few of us at the table that were here at that time. And I think there might have been a little egg on our face for making that decision.
They kind of, and I don't take this wrong way, but I feel that we were the experiment of what was going on.
Yeah, Greg?
Hey, Mr. Reeve, myself and Jordan, we've discussed that previous rebuild Neither of us were in the positions that we were in during that time. However, we have done a little bit of work and a little bit of research to it. Granted, at that time, the rebuild was not of the same nature as the one that's being proposed at this point in time. It was, and I believe Jordan, you could speak to it a little bit better maybe, but it was not as extensive, therefore leading to potentially some issues that maybe we're seeing down the road. I'm not sure. I can't speak to that.
But it was as expensive. I'm not necessarily as concerned about the fact that I don't mind paying for quality product and quality workmanship. What I have a problem with is paying too much money for an inferior product and inferior workmanship. And there's where I feel that I'm at on this one, because of the simple fact is that it was a concept of, number one, we didn't have enough money in the pot to begin with, so they came back and asked for more money. And then when we got it back, the workmanship wasn't what I would call quality. So no offense to you guys, that's not personally taken. That is on the company itself, not you guys personally. And I don't have a problem burning on the company because.
Yes, you can certainly speak.
Thank you. Again, that is something that we have heard. So one thing that Finning has done is what we call Red Deer now is a double R facility, so repair response. We have dedicated facilities that just do strictly rebuilds. So we have Calgary, we have Edmonton, we have Regina, Kamloops. So what we would do for this machine, if it were to come in for a rebuild, is we would move it to Red Deer, and then wherever we had availability, we would send it through the network. So we have specialized rebuild teams outside of in 2018. We just had mechanics that are used to doing day-to-day swap outs, right? So, but what we've also done now is that peace of mind where you're like, okay, do I trust your workmanship? We have the commissioning done in the shop. We don't have the ability to test in our yards. In Calgary, I'm not sure if you've been there, we've downsized significantly, but we send a field mechanic out to site when you are ready to operate the machine, and we will be there for 4 to 6 hours to watch that machine run. Again, just like a new machine, you're going to run into potentially some small leaks, some adjustments that need to be made. We're on site for that just to make sure that you're comfortable with the machine prior to leaving. So we've learned a lot from the heartburn that we've given, but.
Councillor Stevens?
As council, we need to be careful what we wish for. So if we want 100% cost certainty, then that's passing all the risk off to whatever contractor, in this instance, CAT. They are going to assume and price as if everything in this list needs to be replaced, when it may or may not need to be. So if we want cost certainty, we are going to risk an elevated quote. And that's a choice that we are making if we go down this route.
All respectively, I've been in business a long time. I totally understand that. What we are getting right now is a very high quote, and the risk factor is absolutely built into this quote at 65%. You pointed it out very, very pointedly, Mr. Stevens, that many of this stuff does not necessarily have to be changed out, but the quote reflects it being changed out. Two things. Now, if it came back and it came in under the quote because, i.e. armrest A or armrest B did not have to be replaced, I would accept that. And number two, my other issue with this is if this machine goes down and we're in the middle of a snowstorm, and do we get a rental? Because we have a certainly set up to have this as a necessity to have working for us. It's not like other places where you can get away with it. Maybe we can park it and not need it. So,
although would our new machine, would we be guaranteed?
No, and I don't think so, but I think there's some reputation that has to be rebuilt here.
Also too, as Councillor Stevens had brought up earlier about hydraulic plants, et cetera, and risk of contamination. I don't know if it'd be the internals of the hoses peeling or, but I really would think shops such as Finning's could flush equipment so that they would know that there would be no risk of contamination. So that, I do question that because running a business myself, you have to look at your costs going in. As far as rebuilding valves, et cetera, yeah, well, I guess that's the only way they'll work, but I mean, the valves are working now. There's certain things like hydraulic valves that maybe we are asking too much in our rebuild, but I mean, that's their choice. But I mean, as far as it affecting your warranty by contamination, if you flush it and put all new oils in, if it was your pumps where there might be chance of filings, or if that had been where your failure was, if it's anywhere else, it's kind of equipment design flaw that if you ever have a problem, you better be replacing everything. Go ahead, Gregory.
If I can, Mr. Reeve, just taking note from the conversation here at the table today, and understandably that council does have some feelings of skepticism in regards to a full rebuild, and maintaining this unit in our fleet at a reduced, basically at a reduced cost of a new 14M. Understanding the conversation that's here today and knowing what we're up against going forward, the only thing that we're going to see then that may subdue some of those fears is the fact that you go new. And one thing that we do know with new then is we know the price. So, those are the budgetary lines that council has to determine that they're comfortable with. We do have to maintain a service. We do have to have graders that are on the roads through snow, sleet, rain, and extremely hot, dry temperatures like we've got going on in Alberta these last little while. So basically it comes down to it's a feeling of where council is comfortable both in what they're going to get for the product in the end and what they're willing to pay for. If we've got skepticism with a rebuild product, then we have to be willing to spend the money to buy a new replacement to go forward.
Mr. Nyberg?
So I'll be honest, I want to think a little bit more on this. I need to chew on this one a little bit more because I'm not just quite there yet. Is it immediate that this needs to be built today?
Where we're sitting at currently is we've got a grader that's frozen in our shop. It's sitting there waiting for something to be done with it.
30 above weather and it's frozen.
Yep, it's frozen. It's not moving. So we do have some time issues in regards to the labor rates that Finning has offered us with the quote. That is a September booking, I believe. Is that correct? So it is a September booking and delivery then for us to receive the added labor costing that Finning has added into that for us as a credit on the original quote. So that is a time concern there, Councillor Nyberg. Moving forward, it would be nice with budget deliberations coming up to know what we're looking at in our projected equipment that we are looking to purchase or service or move forward with into this next season.
Councillor Nyberg?
So explain you basically, okay, let's say we decide to go with the rebuild. The guys out there are just going to throw all the crap in a box and send it to Finning and say, fix it. Basically. I want to kind of feel out the logistics of how this works. I'll be honest, I hate that idea because I've gotten those projects here.
Councillor Nyberg about this is that Finning has attended our shop and done a full inspection on this unit. They understand what it looks like and where it's at in its disassembly line. Finning in that quote does come to the shop and pick up the unit and transport it to their location that they're doing the rebuild at. So, I mean, of course, working with Finning, we're going to ensure that the unit is safe for transport. Whatever is required to be done will be done to be safe for transport.
Councillor Stevens?
Do I understand correctly that it's the intent to we have one new 14. If this were to be approved, then we would have one fully reconditioned with, what is it, a 5-year warranty. And then
We have, I think, 9 M's, 14 M's in our fleet. 9, 7, 9. Yeah. So we would have one brand new one that should be here anytime. We would have one rebuilt one, and we have probably 2 or 3 coming up out of warranty. And you know, are they going to be good or they're not? So far, they've been good because we've been using the later ones to do the grading. But you know, I understand how you feel. I mean, you get burnt once, you don't want to stick your foot in the fire again. But even if we rebuilt it and sold it, we'd probably come out because we've had this grader for 10 years. It serves us for 10 years. It's at the end of its life.
Well, where I'm going with this is if it's our intention to gravitate towards smaller machines, I would feel a lot more comfortable reconditioning this if we had some sort of plan for our remaining 14s that are getting up there on hours. Because I don't, and I get we're in the situation we're in. It's sitting in our shop useless. We need to make a decision. We can't sit on the fence for very long. But I don't want to be having the same conversation every 6 months where, hey, the machine's down, it's worth nothing, or 50 grand, next to nothing. Are we going to drop 600,000?
Well, I think we look at the graders with hours, wear and tear, you know, and then we put them up. We come to you and say, okay, we want to get rid of 2 or 3 of them. If we get rid of 2 or 3 M's, we would probably go back with the 160s. If we had a few good M's in our fleet for the tough snowbanks, the road building, anything that, or even, you know, some gravel spreads. But I don't know if I, you know, even myself, if I feel comfortable rebuilding a 160, but the M's are, I mean, those things are powerhouses, right? And they're huge and they move a lot of dirt.
Which they don't have to do very often.
Right.
Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. So, spoiler alert, Dan and I and Kara we've been working through the budget process and where we're at. And indeed, it is a direction from council how you wish to proceed in the sizes of the graders. Dan and I have had conversations, and in reality, you know, the utility that we would get out of 140s and 160s is there. We've got lots of applications where that works, and we don't need to hold as many 14Ms in the fleet. As it sits right now, and this is the spoiler alert, we're looking at the purchase of or something of that nature of 2 graders, motor graders per year for the next 3 years, minimum, to make sure that we are going to be moving our fleet out of an aged and potentially catastrophic breakdown of a piece of equipment that leaves us in a basically without until we do fix it, and get us back where we want to be on our feet and having our equipment rotation the way we like it.
Where does a 160 fall in line with this rebuild? Like what, for cost comparison, are we roughly? I know
Just previous pricing. Do you have the updated pricing with the 160? Right. So what I have is just basically talking with Matt, and what we looked at was, he said, you know, it's going to be relatively close to what we had before. So the 160 that we had previously, we were looking at their $670,000 starting without warranty.
But you'd want the warranty, right? You'd add that on, that's probably 12.
Another 30,000.
So 700 and some grand. Just.
So, Councilor
I think I'd be leaning towards putting the engine in it and selling it and buying new, and then you know exactly what you got.
Which that's, but I guess we've got our delegation here to ask questions. We're probably gonna have lunch before we delve into that next decision, so.
We have seen in the past when we sell graders and it's soft, the used equipment market is soft, we've let some graders go for some pretty exceptional prices for the guys buying them.
But I mean, Mr. Chairman, if I can, at the end of the day, I guess what we have to kind of look at is it's a cost of running per hour, right? I mean, if you, I think that analysis has to be looked at across the whole fleet. So we got one grader that has been a crap. Okay, let's face it, it just was a piece of crap. And then we've had others that are golden boys, right? Or, you know, they've got a ton of hours and that have really hasn't cost us a lot of money. But you have to look at the entire management of the entire fleet of the entire hours. For the most part, we've done okay. This one might just be that one that you cut your losses and walk away from and chalk it up against the one that has really done well for us. We've all bought pieces of equipment that we go, yeah, probably should have left that one where it was. And we've all bought those ones, man, if I could buy another one, I'd buy 3, right? So, yeah.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah. We are still gonna get one 14M.
Yeah, it's coming. I was hoping it would have been here by now, but
And if we put just a motor in this one and run it, then what? That would be my preference on the whole thing. Not completely rebuild the whole thing, put the motor in it, run it. That's my preference. I'm only one vote.
Mr. Reeve, if that was the direction council was to give, was to replace the motor, it would be my I guess thought process in it that it would be put a motor in it and we would sell it, and we'd be looking at purchasing a new. With the number of hours that we're getting on this unit, we're nearly 13,000 hours on this unit, and what we've got as well in the fleet already, it would be somewhat of a I guess mine would be a red flag. That would be a unit that we would be looking to get rid of then.
Yeah, I agree with cost. How much fuel they burn, how many hours, how many breakdowns, you put that against the machine and then you do it. And the same with but then if you trade them off before they got 14,000 hours on them, what their trade-in value is. We've had Volvos and we've had John Deeres and we've had whatever, and we've had Cat. But when you go to trade them off, that also should be taken into effect. You know, how you got to break it down, like the other John Deere graders that we have or had or whatever. Got to break it down per hour run, and then capability. You rip 5 miles in my area, ripped it apart. One of them 14s, took it down. Oh, it was probably 3.5 feet in the middle of the road on Pittsfield Road going east 5 miles. Put some big stone in it. And the first year, it's like a new road. You know, we had a little problems with it, but now, as long as you grade the top of it, there's no more runting in, because it's got 2.5-inch crush about 1.5 to 2 feet in it. And then we pulled it back. We didn't go to the shoulders because the road's wide anyhow. And that worked pretty good. And your bigger grader, that's what you do with it. And I think we should do more of that, because apparently we're not going to rebuild roads like we used to do. We used to build between 11 and 9 mile a year with buggies, and we don't do that anymore. So we better look after the road surface. If you're gonna do that, you better have something, not a 140, to rip that up and put it down. And heaven forbid, I hope we get enough snow that we actually need one. Last year, I could have cleaned off snow with my Cumulus truck.
When it comes to fit for purpose, how many do you have to have in your fleet in order? It comes to fit for purpose for what we need on our fleet in order to rip roads up, you know, you move them around your area, you know, like all.
Yeah, well, I'm in there, but you gotta have a couple of them.
You might need one, but I don't necessarily know if my area.
To speak to that, with the one, I don't forget which one, said, oh, they don't use them much on building roads anymore. I talked to a couple of old guys that, the one guy still owns part of road building thing up north, and yeah, they use them all the time because they got lots of power and you can do a lot of stuff with them. You move a lot of dirt. But we're not moving dirt most of the time. We're just grading.
Councilor Stevens?
So there is a timeline on this, and I don't like not making a decision. We do have strat planning on Tuesday. Could we kick this can down the road 1 week? Is that acceptable, or do we need to make this right now? One councillor's already expressed reservations about making a decision, but I don't want to delay it by a month.
I mean, and and making the reservation, I mean, I guess my gut feeling is to go one way, but I also, I'm torn because I do feel that administration has made a case for what's going on. And I hate going against administration, but I'm also not the counselor that will just be said, this is the way we're going, right? I get it. I
don't, administration was bringing all the options to us.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And I think, but they've made a very good case that this does work, but it's, and it's not, don't get me wrong, I don't think that they've told us which way to go. I think they've done a good case to give us the pros and cons, yes.
The quote says September 28th. So if you want to kick it down the road a week, you can, because they're basically giving you to
To strat planning, because that's really what strat planning is part of our asset management should be telling us. And what do we have for 14s in fleet if we need two? Do we have one lower one in our fleet? But then that also depends on how many hours we put on that unit in order to get a 160 here to replace it.
But again, Mr. Chairman, I can't help but think that we're getting into the belly of the whale on this one of doing the job that is administration's job. We set a budget, here's the budget, run with it, right? I mean, ultimately, if we're going to dictate whether or not you're using 14s or using 160s or 140s, that gets into micromanaging in some point, right? I don't.
It's so financially bound though.
It is, but I mean, at the end of the day, if administration comes and says, we're going to all the 140s and we get a hell of a snowstorm and they say, well, we can't get the job done, well, then that's on them. Right?
Well, that's on us for not letting them.
No, that would be on them. At that point, that's what they said they wanted to do with, and then we would have to say, okay, that needs to change, right? If they said we didn't give us enough money, that's on us, right? But that's where we got to really think about that. Yeah, Greg?
And if I can, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Nyberg, I understand what you're saying. Dan and I have had the conversations as to what size of a grader, truly what do you need? And we look at historically, you look 25, 30 years ago at the size of the grader that we were doing the job with, and then you look at what we're getting for production and power out of these graders now. I mean, there is definitely value in, and like I said, the utility is in the 160 and the 140s. We can make that work, absolutely. It has to fit in budget. Absolutely. We do need to maintain a few 14s in our fleet for sure. So as we had presented, this was a cost-effective way to maintain a 14 in our fleet. It definitely isn't the only way to maintain a 14 in our fleet. There are options, purchase new, etc. We just need to make a decision on this unit as it sits, like I said, in the shop.
I myself would be in favor of the talk bed strat planning, and have the list come in on what we need, what our hours are. So you say we've got, and throw the option at us that if we're going to keep two, we need to either purchase two new ones, we need or we need to keep these one or two that we have in our fleet right now. We have to keep them lower hours to utilize for what we're going to need to utilize them for, and get something else out there that'll do the day-to-day work.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a place in the fleet for M's. I'm not sure I want to go down to 2. I'd be a little more comfortable 4, but because sometimes it's just the unexpected happens and we got to move something, right? But you look at our cats, right? Our cats are old, and we've replaced decks and motors and rollers and tracks, and I mean they've been completely rebuilt, and they're still humming. And so I look at the cats. I look at an M that would be used more for the heavy type work that we would require. If I've got, one new one and a couple rebuilt ones that are in excellent shape, I might be further ahead.
I'll make a motion to move this discussion to strat planning, and if administration could bring back a detailed list of our fleet and their sizes and hours on each, so we got an idea where we're at.
And what needs are,
how many you need, kind of roughly of each. And then once we know how many hours are on a lot of these, I think it'll make the decision making a little easier too.
We have. Yeah, because Randy won't run it, right? Yeah. So that one's been around for a long time.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried, and we will break for lunch. Cost for county fair. Dave? I see that it's 6.3 cost per county fair. You asked for information just so that
Oh, I said anytime, whenever.
you're looking for the overall cost for the fair.
Yeah, the overall cost, yes.
I'd like to make a motion to instruct administration to bring that back to us.
Okay, sure, done.
Counselor Stevens?
We looking for just our portion or the total cost of the fair?
What they want to know is how many dollars they put into the fair. And
So the county portion did.
our county portion,
Fair enough.
county rate fairs. And a couple of them have me up, I said, I have not thought of, and why should I really? It's not of me. But they want to know, so if they do that, that would be one. Thank you.
Okay, that's,
I think you got a motion on the table for him to request from administration.
okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? So we can bring that back to the next one.
Yes.
It was voted on by council previously.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Set a budget.
Budget piece. Betcha. Okay, we are at 7.1 is what's on our screen. Request for decision, resale of a lot in Indiana, page 10 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Sharon speak to that one.
Thank you. Good afternoon. An offer to purchase a lot located in the hamlet of Indiang, Plan 4374DN, Block 2, Lot 16, has been received and council, council has directed administration to advertise. The advertisement, notice of intent to consider selling land below market value, and the 60-day petition has concluded. And the sales below market value require advertising, allowing the public to file a petition. And the advertisements were placed in the Stettler Independent June 20th and June 27th editions. The 60-day petition has concluded. No petition was filed with our CAO, and council can now consider the motion as advertised. The recommendation is that the County of Stettler accept an offer for sale for Plan 4374DN Block 2, Lot 16 for $500 plus GST, subject to the following conditions. The purchaser shall agree that the property is sold on an as-is, whereas basis, understanding that County of Stettler makes no representation and gives no warranty whatsoever to the adequacy of the service, soil conditions, land use, district game development conditions, absence or presence of the environmental contamination, servicing, or the development ability of the subject property for any intended use that the purchaser may bring forward. The purchaser is responsible for the land titles, transfer costs, or the county can make a counteroffer to the purchaser without prejudice, or the County of Stettler Council direct administration to notify the purchaser that the offer is declined.
Stolberg?
Being it's a single lot that is sandwiched between the street and the lots that the purchaser already owns, it doesn't have a great lot of value to someone else. And being it was advertised, it pretty much proved that. There's nobody else was wanting that lot. Locally, it is thought perhaps that person will be building a home on those lots because the mother and father-in-law live across the street there. So anyways, I would be prepared to make the motion for the option 1, that the county accept his offer with the conditions in recommendation 1.
Questions or concerns? Councilor Grover?
I looked at this the other day, and so it's just a lot on the north side of the one avenue, is it, Les?
The one in the red outline?
Yeah, the one red outline, but that red outline that I got here goes across the road.
That's just a lot.
The north, it's the one north, eh?
You see the one on the screen, Dave? Like on the big screen in front of you?
On the same screen?
Well, I got it here, but I got it on my other one here on my iPad. And I was just wondering, so it's just a lot on the north side of the road?
North lot of First Avenue, or north side of the First Avenue, yeah.
Okay.
On the south side is where Ballinger's house was. So it's across the street, on the corner.
I didn't know whether they had anything on there or not.
It's vacant. It's never had anything on that.
Okay, all good. Better roll.
Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. 7.2, request for decision, sale of lot in Botha, page 13 of the package.
Let Sharon take that one also.
An offer for purchase of a lot in Botha. The plan is 0821859, block 3, lot 16, has been received. The property, the purchaser owns the lot to the east of this particular lot, where he has a trailer on. And the council has set sale price at $19,500 plus GST for the lots in the hamlet at the March 13th meeting, regular council meeting. Presently, the lot is vacant, and the value was taken from the assessment, which is $19,500, and it was based on a 3-year period of sales. The lot is zoned residential. In this subdivision, the county has sold vacant lots for $12,000 in 2023, 2 vacant lots for $10,000 each in 2020. And the last vacant real estate sale for this subdivision was $8,400. And council, when council is considering an offer that is less than market value, the proposed resolution will have to be advertised for 2 weeks. And then under section 606, would also have to be posted for 60 days, allowing people to present a petition if they choose. Once that period is done, we'll bring it back to council, whether we've received a petition or not, and it will be up to council as the same as the prior request, either to accept or to deal with a petition if one is lodged.
Sharon, I've got a question back to you. That mobile home that is the next one to the west, that's their lot that edges to that also?
No, they own the lot to the east, the purchaser. That's the only lot he has, and then he's looking at the vacant lot.
Okay, but what about the next lot to the west? Is that the lot that mobile is sitting on?
That's part of the other landowners to the west.
It's a lot between the two then.
Yes.
Councilor Neverd?
Mr. Chairman, so we had a request a few years ago for some lots in Nevis, right on the highway there, and we auctioned those off. Could we auction this one off? To expedite the situation, if we auction and they could put in a bid, and at which point there's a risk to the buyer to say that they aren't putting enough in. What ended up happening, and it tweaked me on this one, because that one was, I think we were going to, the offer was, seems to me the offer was $500 for 2 lots. We went for auction. The individual that put the request in offered $2,000 in the auction. and the current owners had put 10,000 in. And they've got a beautiful house on it now, and it's a gorgeous little piece of property. But I think we were trying to get around that instant.
I think that one in Nevis was a tax sale property.
It might have been, but why couldn't we auction it anyway? Like this, either way.
This is
It was for tax.
You might,
oh, sorry. This one is, these are lots that were developed by the Village of Big Valley and then,
Botha.
or, sorry, Botha.
Why would Big Valley develop in Botha?
Yeah.
Actually, maybe that could be,
Yeah, maybe the.
you're audited.
Upset about that. Anyway, these are lots that were developed by Botha. Then, of course, they became ours when they became Hamlet. So these are ones that we've just been, as people come up and ask for them, we've been selling them. I think that lot right beside it to the west is actually a double lot.
Yeah, we just sold that one, I think.
Yeah.
And that was one of those ones.
They're pretty narrow in there. So. I guess we can do anything, but.
Sharon had her hand up, yeah.
I guess when that happened with Nevis, we weren't aware of or hadn't been brought forward of this section. And now it's aware. So it's through legislation that we're following the process until which time the legislation is changed or we make other arrangements afterwards for a sale. But just off the cuff, I don't think we can do just a sale like what you're requesting.
And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I get this. We've asked this question multiple times, and I get the same response back. Like, is it a hardship for us to auction this item off?
If I may, it directly relates. I don't know that if your concern is speeding up the time frame in the 60-day wait, I don't know that an auction is the answer because you would have to advertise that auction and allow time for it. So you're at least bare minimum 30 days, if not longer, to do a legitimate auction. So I'm not sure how much you're expediting the process, but there may be another outside the box solution in that offer it to them at market rate, offer them reduced taxes to make up that difference. That way we're selling the lot for fair market value. We comply with the MGA requirement, and then we have to give them a tax incentive for the next few years to make up the difference.
I get where you're coming from, but that seems complicated. An auction sale, and I don't think there's a stipulation of 30 days to advertise an auction. You literally could put this up for auction for 2 weeks, and the only reason you would want to do the 2 weeks is because that would give you possibly more time. You could auction it tomorrow.
So just talking about the various options. So council did give us some direction on this, and that was to find to investigate these options ahead of next spring was generally what we understood the direction to be, because each spring is when we bring these prices back. And so we had considered a few options out of there, including doing an auction at that time, doing some other advertising. We've got it in the minutes from either a meeting or two ago or a CAL meeting. Regarding the forgiveness of taxes as a way to offset the sale. So a tax incentive bylaw, for example, the actual formal tax incentive can't apply to residential property yet. And the just canceling taxes at council's discretion must be considered fair and equitable. And that is difficult. If council wants us to fair. If council wants us to move up the timeline on reviewing these options, we can. But the whole point is that we have to flush this out and take it to the lawyers and say what's our exposure. And the answer is not going to be yay or nay. It's the same with the length of time on advertising with the lawyer. Did I, as a member of the public, have a reasonable opportunity to see the advertisement and participate? That's where selling tomorrow, I'm going to lose that case. Promise you.
Well, maybe what we need to do is have a set tax. Every spring, we're going to possibly put up an auction sale.
Well, I mean, I do think council did include as one of the questions, can we do, I think it was Councillor Nyberg, that can we do an annual auction for non-property tax stuff, right? So our roles like this and how much less exposure to liability does that grant us?
Councillor Stolberg?
On this particular case, being we're getting later into the year already, and we're starting to build things, and he's already got his home there. I don't think a bit of a delay for advertising is going to really hurt him. So I'd be prepared to make the motion that we go with option one, where we do accept his offer subject to the advertising period, and then I guess that would pretty much do it. Then, yeah.
Well, you know, it is in my area, but it's like Erskine was too. Like we keep dropping our rate, dropping our lot prices. And if we accept a lot for the price that they put in, we have dropped it by over half. And it's been a historic, I know the one person that had a double lot paid full value for both lots when the village had it. Then the last one that you said that was sold, I believe you said was it 12,000 or we sold 2 for 10?
400 was the last, and then 10 before that.
Last vacant real estate sale in that subdivision, okay. So it's still, is that what, you know, is that what our price is now on service lots?
You can always counter. Why don't you counter?
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Just a couple things in relation to what Councillor Stolberg had mentioned. The applicant is aware of the 60-day petition and doesn't have a problem with it. In his actual real estate, his deadline is in December. Possession date is in December. So he's allocated for the time period of the possession of the petition for the whole process to take place. The other thing is, if you look at the value that the assessment is, it's built on sales over a 3-year period. It's not based on just one sale. It's sales over a period of time. And also, the assessments are all audited at the end of the year. So if the assessor has valued a property and someone feels it's incorrectly, the auditor will question that at that time. If the values for the land that he's brought forward for vacant land is not appropriate, they will seriously say, you have to look at this and reevaluate it. So the 19.5 has been audited through the province based on the requirements that the assessors have to do for assessment and valuations of the land. Just for your information.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. The last vacant real estate sale in this subdivision was sold for $8,400. That was a private sale.
Private sale.
And there was no
Arm's length.
Yeah, it was arm's length. It wasn't family.
We're not sure.
How do you want to answer that one about, you know, the sale?
I guess where I'm going with this is I don't like this downward trend. Last lot that we approved was 12,000. It seems like the next offer, the very next offer we'll receive will be, well, they accepted this, we'll try a little bit lower. And I'd love to end that trend downwards. But if a private sale that was arm's reach was legitimately 8,400, that's, in my mind, I no longer feel bad about accepting a $9,000 offer if that wasn't any special sort of family relationship.
If you're comfortable with the price that you set for the lots and you don't want to sell them as cheap as what the offer is, counter. Don't shut the door. Just go back with a counter offer. Say, you know, we believe the lots are worth 19.5, so that's what we're countering it. Or, you know, take 10% off or something. They are service lots. There's water and sewer, there, power and gas. So if they build a shop or something, they could have facilities right there.
And we did inherit, this from the village of Botham.
They were selling them for 40 when we,
Yeah, but then we also it was realized that the gas service.
gas wasn't in all of them.
We took that cost.
Yeah.
The rate, we put the gas into these lots, so we're absorbing all that too, like, it's just.
But I mean, if you're not comfortable, counter. Just put a counter offer.
Hard, to, Mr. Chairman, it's hard to counter it with, if I was the buyer, I would say just what Mr. Stevens said. I could have bought it from Joe across the way for $8,400. 9,000 seems like a pretty reasonable offer. So.
Well, that's like the quarter section of land that's right next to where you live, and it's 600,000, and 10 miles away is 400,000. Which one are you probably going to buy?
Well, I would say that's completely different, because if the quarter of land comes up for sale in this county, there is 12 people that are at least willing to entertain buying it.
Doesn't matter how far away it is.
So there is no shortage of buyers. Based on the number of vacant lots, it's not like we have people kicking down our door to make offers on these, so.
I agree, and I think if we got to the point where we had 1 or 2 left, that might be a different story. How many lots do we still have left in Boston?
Though that the tax value, just as a heads up, is the tax value is not going to change much with that lot adjacent to the other property. They'll probably combine them, will they not? And there'll be a combined lot. So we've lost our investment, the same as we did in Erskine though, with the double lots on.
Unless they slap a garage down on this lot, and
it still wouldn't go up that much, would it? Like for garage?
Depends if it's serviced.
Depends on.
Yeah. Oh, it's
the value, they put 40,000 on it.
It's just, we may as well write, we're writing the book. We said no in Erskine last time, that's all I'm.
We are seeing an increase of requests for lots. So maybe that's got something to do with the housing crisis. I don't know. But that is a beautiful piece of property. You've got, 100 square feet of frontage. What would you pay for that in the town of Stettler?
We do have a motion on the table, but is there any other comments?
My motion is.
Just accept, it was number 1.
Option number 1.
You tell it for 84, is that what you're?
Can you key us down there, Andrew, so we can read?
9,000.
9, yeah.
9,000.
9?
Right.
Not in.
It's a friendly amendment, I guess.
But they're not only hotcakes either.
But the thing is, if I may add, I guess when you look at this again, the lowest price sale at 8,400, that wasn't, the county was not involved in that one. So we don't know the circumstances around that one. But we do know the other sales where the county sold lots at 10,000 and 12,000. So I'd be willing to reword my motion to accept the offer at 10,000. Or the counter offer, yeah. To accept the county offer at 10,000, but that'll still have to be advertised because then that's the exact same price we sold before and it's not going lower than we sold before.
It would still have to be advertised in 60 days.
Yeah.
So in terms of this, I need a clarification. Are you officially changing your motion to a counter offer?
Yeah, I am.
Well, you're gonna have a chance in a minute to. Okay, any other questions, concerns? We have a motion on the table. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Paul's, one's opposed, Paul. Okay, so we will jump to.
So can I just ask the logistics of this happen? If they accept 10,000, they would automatically, you don't have to bring it back to council.
Yeah, so I would suggest that, motion would be to authorize administration to advertise if the purchaser is agreeable to the counter offer.
We need another motion?
Oh, I would do it just so we don't have to rehash it.
We need another motion for that then? Because we voted on the last one, so.
Yeah, you better.
Okay, do you have that motion, Rochelle?
I'll give you a motion that administration, or we authorize administration to advertise the purchase at the counter offered price of $10,000 if the purchaser accepts that offer.
Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Dave, were you opposed or you were just a little late on the? Okay.
So we do have the one opposed?
No, not on that one. The first one, we did have one opposed, but yeah. Okay, thank you, Sharon. We have our fire people in the room, so we will, 9.2.
That's politically correct.
Firefighter response light signals, verbal. So is that you, Ivan?
Yes.
Sorry, yeah, Ivan or Troy, you, right?
Thank you, CAO. Before you, a couple of years ago, you approved a bylaw for the firefighters to equip their personal vehicles with a green light as a courtesy light to respond to the fire hall in case of emergency. This is a follow-up amendment, or not an amendment to the bylaw. It's the advertising of that. What does a green light do on their personal vehicle? Before you is a picture of a county sign with a drawing of what that would look like. We'd like to get your okay on proceeding with that project.
Councilmember?
Did we not, is that where we put the fire ban on the bottom of there?
Yes.
Okay, so.
The fire ban is on the opposite side of that piece of plywood. So when the fire ban is enacted, we actually turn the sign around, and at that time we would not have the green light sign.
Councilor Stevens?
Did we, when we made the original motion, did we advertise that in the county connections? I thought we did.
With the green lights?
Yeah.
Yes, it was included, the flashing green light signage has been included in the county connections at least on 2 occasions now.
Okay. And from a fire department, have we talked to the staff sergeant for the RCMP on his thoughts on our green lights? Because Yvette and I just happened to be talking to him the other day, and I just think it would be worth a conversation though on the green lights and what the rules are to the firefighters.
I see there's an actual sign on into Stettler now. There's a.
All
the town
where entrances to Stettler have actually the same sign installed. But if you wanted to have a conversation with RCMP staff sergeant, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, he did mention something on the green signs.
The green lights are strictly a courtesy light for people to pull over if and when they can safely do so. They do not have to. We continually remind the firefighters that if somebody does not pull over, you stay behind them until they are clear out of your way. You do not need to break the traffic.
Councilor McKay?
Yeah, this was brought up a few months back at the Denalda Fire Station, one of our practices about going to these green lights. And it was in question as to who would be purchasing, if the firefighters themselves would have to purchase the green lights or if they would be supplied.
Our current practice has been that the department is providing the light to the firefighters.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I'll make a motion that we go ahead with this. I think that's a good community service announcement. I think there's nothing wrong with this at all. Whether people have an issue with green lights or not isn't the main issue. The issue is it's out there, and we should advertise that it's ongoing. I'm good with this.
Thank you.
And just a comment to make about corporate identity standards and adding this sign to our welcome to the County of Stettler does, in my opinion, detract a little bit from our welcome to the County of Stettler sign. Not in a bad way, but also when I did come into town and I was trying to read all the signs with this new sign, it does take a few seconds to read all the words on that sign. So this does get a little text heavy, and I'm not sure that it wouldn't be a consideration to have it stand alone, either right before or right after, but Just an observation from corporate identity standards.
Just,
Mr. Chairman, we did request from Alberta Transportation to have a separate sign, 100 meters past the incoming sign. Alberta Transportation has declined that option. Sorry, Nikki.
So where did they allow it in the town then? Is it I forget.
Well, every one of these signs, so we have a permit from Alberta Transportation to put these signs up.
Yeah.
Because it is highway property. And the town has received permission to put it up on the existing signs. I believe they are for engine brakes on trucks.
So they're going on the town signs at the entrance to town?
No,
They're already there.
the engine retarder brake signs that the town has, those are where the.
Green retarder brakes. Gotcha.
He won't let you, MCON or the government, they won't let you put it 100 feet or whatever away from the other one?
No, we put the,
Well, if you put it there, there'll be 2 years before they ever take it out of there anyway.
You have to have a first call and everything.
You ever see it? Yeah.
it's taken quite a bit of time to get Alberta Transportation to approve this one. Given that Rich is in, I think this has been a 1.5-year process to get the approval.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is kind of and I know where Nikki's coming from on this one. This one I think seems a little bit bigger because it's plastered over there a little bit, but it's in replacement of our already fire ban sign. So I guess that's where I'm at on that one, Nikki, is I hear what you're saying. Thank you for looking after us. But I think this is just kind of a replacement. This one, I'm guessing that it's a little bit bigger. You're not going to make it bigger than the current sign.
We can't let perfection be the enemy of progress. If this is what we can get approved, so be it.
I'm just a little concerned that we're gonna put a nicely placed screw into one of these signs and they're gonna go.
You change it, like a license plate that you can change when you're chased by the cop. Oh, no.
They lasted well on their lifespan.
Put it on a triangle and we get one more sign that flips again.
Okay, we have a motion on the table from Councillor Nyberg. Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, carried.
Just clarification, did at any point signs that were going up?
4.
At the entrance of, attached to all our entrance signs. So there's just 4, I think.
We have 5 entrance signs, but we probably wouldn't do the one on thinking Highway 11 or Highway 12. We'd have to choose because of the 2 close ones.
Any ones that are signs that have our fire ban.
Fire ban, yeah.
Yeah, we have 5 of those. So I guess if you want to do an extra one, but we only have.
The map on the right on the screen shows the 4 locations approved
We have
by.
one coming into Stettler from 56 north and south. We have one out east of Gatsby coming into the county of Stettler. So the one by Big Valley would be the south. Then we have one up by Denelda, just as you turn off at 53. And we have one out by Gatsby on 12. We have one west of Stettler on Highway 11 and Highway 12. As you come up the bridge from the old Nevis gas plant, there's one there. And if you go around through Nevis, it's.
I'll investigate getting additional approval for that 5th sign.
So there's
You
5.
have on Highway 53 over by the river, Battle River, coming out of there too?
No.
You sure?
I'm almost positive.
Yeah, because I think it's what,
Just south of 53, no, Denelda. Is that 53? 53 and 56?
Yeah.
We're just south of 53.
Okay, but where we come into the county, we don't have a welcome to County of Stettler over at Battle River.
No, we don't know.
No, okay.
We have smaller signs on some of the secondary highways. Say, welcome to the county of Stettler. They're just little white foot by foot kind of things. These big ones, we've only got 5.
So I guess, well, however many signs we need to make for the amount of welcome signs we have, or where we feel we need them, like
Yeah, it gets a little confusing because we do have the two to the west, right? So
If you've got fire bans, signs up, you can put this where they were.
then that's 5.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. 7.3, request for decision, marina cleanup, page 16 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Rich did all the work on this. And he gets to present it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the issue is maintenance.
Rich, do you got a mic on or?
Okay. Again,
Flash.
closer. So the issue is to maintain and clean siltation from the forebay area, fix the boat launch, as well as clean up the remaining construction debris from the lake floor. Options for consideration: that council authorize administration to complete the marina maintenance and construction debris removal from the lake bottom with a projected cost of $69,780. Cost for the project to come from the Buffalo Lake South Shore Reserve Fund, or that council would direct administration to defer consideration of this project to future planning. Administration has collected estimates to complete the project using both county resources and an outside contractor and materials. The work will include removing built-up silt in the forebay area, dredging the marina bottom of silt and sand, realigning the decking leading into the lake from the boat launch for a more favorable incline to load watercraft in and out of the lake. The project also includes removing the remaining construction debris from the marina construction from a private contractor. The debris cleanup is a requirement from Alberta Environment and Open Spaces, and the marina maintenance is a requirement to keep the boat launch open and usable for public use. Financial, it's proposed to fully fund the project from the Buffalo Lake South Shore Reserve Fund, and the policy and legislation that allows us to do that is listed there as well.
Thank you. Questions to Richard? Councilor Stevens.
Is this going to require removing any of the docks that were put in?
So all the work will be done, like the removal of debris is just outside of the mouth of the marina.
Yep.
And then to dig out where it's kind of silted in, that's mostly to the north of where the boat docks are. The water's actually still 10 or 12 feet deep in around the docks themselves. It's just once you get past the docks and you're going out into the lake, it's really silted in there over the years.
Okay. We're 100% confident that we know the locations of all previous dam material?
Absolutely. I spent considerable time with an underwater camera, walking it, flew the drone over. We've got it. I marked it earlier in the year with buoys. I GPSed it, so I know exactly where it is. We kind of have a plan of how we're going to do it. Do the work, let the silts settle, fly it again with the drone, and make sure before the equipment leaves that everything's out of that lake.
All right, then I will make a motion that we go with staff recommendation number 1.
Okay, any questions, concerns? I'll call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. Thanks, Rich. Then we've got, if we can, for Rich's time, if we could move to bylaw 10.1, our 1728-24 land use bylaw amendment, first reading and public hearing date. 71 in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the issue is to consider a land use bylaw amendment to rezone Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 902-2939 from the agricultural district to the country residence agricultural district in reference to a pending subdivision. Recommendation is that council give first reading to bylaw 1728-24, or that council amend bylaw 1728-24 and then give first reading to bylaw 1728-24 as amended, or that council defeat first reading of the bylaw and that council schedule, If you go with the first two options, then council schedule a public hearing for October 9th of 2024. Bylaw 172824 proposes to rezone the subject property from the Ag District to Country Residence Agricultural District. Lot 1 is a 10.5 acre parcel within the southeast of 283819 west of the 4th. The proposed change is in response to an application from the registered owner of the property. The purpose of the Country Residence Agricultural District is to provide for the development of country residences in a rural setting, either on standalone parcels or in a serviced or unserviced multi-lot subdivision. The range in parcel size accommodated the keeping of livestock and other minor agricultural pursuits. An application for subdivision of the subject property has been proposed. The applicant wishes to split the existing 10.5 acre parcel into two separate parcels, with each parcel having a minimum parcel size of 3 acres. The subdivision will make a total of 5 privately titled parcels within this quarter section, which triggers the requirement of the new parcels to be zoned country residence agricultural as per our municipal development plan. The subject property is a farmstead that was separated from the quarter by subdivision in 1990. The property is surrounded by agricultural land to the north, with an acreage to the direct east and one other acreage in the northeast corner of the quarter section. See on the map there that the hatched area is the 10.5 acre parcel that the owner is looking to subdivide.
Questions for Rich?
Just one. I don't recall, every time we do a acreage out of a quarter, do we have to rezone it to country residential?
If there are more than already three titles out of the quarter section, then these parcels, anything over the 3 is required.
Thanks.
Right, sorry.
Councilor Stevens?
With this parcel size, would it trigger the rural development fund? And if so, is the applicant aware of that?
They have been in talks and have had all of the requirements of it, but I believe because these are below the threshold of the 10 acres, that wouldn't be, the rural development fund wouldn't commit to this.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilor.
I'll make the motion that we go ahead and we're going to set a public hearing as well for
Next month, is that?
Yeah, be at the next council meeting.
Recommendation 1 and 4.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? That one carried. Thank you, Rich. So, back to 7.4 now, in order of the.
No more disturbances to your order.
7.4, request for decision, Gadsby sewer connections, page 23 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are ready to finish off hooking up any residents, hamlet of Gadsby, that have not hooked up to the distribution or collection system that the village put in a few years ago. It's quite expensive to hook these people up, depending on what they've done to date with their sewer, because we require grinder pumps to be put in so that the effluent flows properly. It's not a gravity fed like so many of our other ones. So we have 2 systems in the county, in Indiana and in Gadsby, that the sewer hookups are pretty expensive. So we did apply for any grant that we had outstanding when we got Gadsby back as a hamlet on February 1st, 2020. Part of the transition grant scheme was to make sure that we got the infrastructure updated for the ease of operation within the county of Stettler. So that for us is that everyone hooks up to the sewer and water, and our bylaw dictates that if there is a collection system in the area, you have to hook up to it. So we've got the prices, the quotes now. We've had several operators that we asked for quotes from that have backed out on us because they're busy. So we've been kind of left with one. But he's a reputable contractor, has worked for us in the past, and I have no problems recommending him to you. But my question to council is, like, we could be looking at a $5,800 to a $20,000 hookup for these sewers, depending on what they require. They require a new tank, a grinder pump. If we have to just, extend the collection line, it all adds up and it gets very expensive. So because we get this transition funding available to hook these areas up, we basically have the costs covered. In the past, we've hooked up water in Indiang and Bymore. When we originally did it, our proposal was the 75% of grant funds and 25% to the user, to the resident. The MLA and I at the time worked together and we were able to get another grant, and Indiang and Bymore's water got hooked up at a 100% cost to the county, so no cost to the residents. But the sewer was a little different story. Erskine paid for their sewer to hook up, and then when we did the water hookups, we were lucky enough to get the Small Communities Grant of $4 million. So we were able to put stub at each property line, so made for ease of hookup. But there was it didn't cover all the costs. So what we did with Erskine was we offered them kind of a low rate to hook up of $350. And then if you didn't take that, we took the costs that were the actual county costs, distributed them over the number of lots that were hooked up. And, now residents can hook up to that water cost for, I think, around $5,700. Same with our rural water lines, we have a hookup fee. But I just, I'd like to know council's thoughts. My recommendation would be that, maybe we don't fund 100% of it, but maybe we fund 10% of it, or we fund 90% of it and the residents do 10, or 75 and 25, which was pretty common before. But we do get the grants, and anytime we've upgraded a sewer or water project in any of our hamlets or subdivisions in the county, we've always applied for grants and then used those grants to offset the costs. I think that, a $20,000 hookup fee would be hardship to some of the people in the hamlet of Gadsby. So I'm looking for council's recommendation because I'd like to get this work done before winter hits.
What would the total project cost be? If we were to pay the whole works, what are you thinking? Thumbnail for me what we're looking at.
$98,000.
And how much do we have left in the transition grant?
We have enough to cover that. We applied for that and we have enough to cover that.
That's where I was going, but you let them hook up in Erskine, Alberta for $250 or whatever, wasn't it?
We offered for a short period of time, I think it was close to a year, they could hook up for $350. But then they had to start paying the monthly fee.
Water though.
That's just water.
Well, just water.
Sewer, the residents of Erskine paid for that themselves. They put that in themselves. They debentured that money and they looked after their sewer until they turned it over to us, I think about 10, 15 years ago. Indiang debentured their sewer costs, and I think it cost them $8,000 per hookup, and that included the tank and the grinder pump. Their debenture is now paid off this year, so that won't be on their taxes anymore. But what we've done is anyone who has problems with their grinder pump, because I think we might have got a bit of a lower quality grinder pump when we did that project. So we've been replacing the grinder pumps.
I thought it was the guy that put it in.
Just to correct, I don't think Erskine ever looked after their own. They never had it, since the county always did it.
No, Erskine, the residents got together and they paid for their.
They paid for it, but they never actually had any.
Maintained it, yeah.
Operations was always the county.
So it, we've been paying for their grinder pumps. And so we have an extra one on standby in case, somebody has a problem, we can get it immediately fixed and then send it out for repair.
All I was saying is that I don't think we should charge the hell out of them. We still got money for them from the transition on there. And make it so they all hook up. It's going to make the county's life way easier than all hooking up a two and then they pump it out on the ground and then you got problems. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Stevens? you said we have enough remaining in the transition grant to cover this. Do we have additional work?
Yes, we do.
Storm drainage?
Yes, we have drainage and we're working on that right now. I just did this up the other day and I forgot to bring it with me, but I think I got it on my computer. We have over 600,000 left in the, so what I did was I took the transition grant, and they hadn't applied for any other capital grants for a few years. So I piggybacked them all, added them, put them all in the same pot, basically because council's direction was to spend any outstanding grant money that was attributed to the Village of Gadsby to be spent in Gadsby. So we had over $1 million. We got the all the water lines now where they belong, moved basically the reservoir over to the truck fill station. We've done some road work. We've got drainage work to do. We've got the signage done. Finally, it's being installed, and bits and pieces. We got the records done. We got the titles changed over. It's been a long process.
Well, we got $1 million or 800 or 900,000 in there. I think we should, this is just $80,000 thing, right?
Yeah, it's about 98,000 if we were to pay 100% of it.
I think we should use that up because then you solve a lot of problems then, and everybody has to hook up to the sewer.
Right. So right now, after I make allotment for the sewer hookups,
And Larry will supervise that.
it's around $600,000 that I've left in the grant funding, which will be allocated or has been allocated to be used for the drainage project.
Did we ever find out what the other people had to pay when it was built? Because people paid to tie into it. These are the people that chose not.
Yeah.
To participate.
That's why I'm thinking, maybe if we charged them 10% or 25%, that might be a little fair because they are the ones that didn't hook up. But yeah, we're not able to tender the drainage project out yet. We're 95% done on the design. So we're hoping it goes to tender very quick.
And that what was remaining in this could be part of that if we do go over, correct?
Right.
Okay. Councilor. Yeah.
And what I was wondering is down the road, when the transition funding's gone and you get people that want to hook up, new people coming in that want to hook up, we can't do it for free for them probably then. So
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Same in Indiana. So what we do as a municipality is we run it to the property line. Then if you're going to build a house in Gadsby, that would be in your cost of hooking up because you would then take it from the property line to your property. And that's the problem with Indiana Gadsby is that we need the tanks and the grinder pumps. That makes the sewer very expensive. Where Botha, Erskine, they're all gravity fed, so you just basically run a pipe.
See though, if you didn't have the sewer in the town, though, you'd still have to have a holding tank to be trucked out.
Mhm.
And some of these other ones have a field, which in that old clay out there is not really the best option either, so. Councilor Nyberg.
Mr. Chairman, and I agree with Mr. Grover and Mr. Stolberg about the fair and equity thing here, but this transition grant is there kind of to solve the one-off problems, and I see this as a problem. These folks, I'm pretty sure, are not living in a $1 million mansion that are not hooked up to sewer. There must be another reason they did it as a hardship or whatever. Maybe they just didn't like the idea, whatever the case may be, but we have a problem. We have a problem that these people aren't hooked up to sewer that contradicts our policy and bylaw. So I'm of the belief that we should just, it's kind of one of those ones that's a headache issue. Let's just move on. It's hard to refuse something that's free, but it's very easy to, even if I have to pay 10% for it, something I don't want, I'm not going to do it, right? I get it. There's going to be a less chance of a fight if we do it for free. So I would make the motion that we cover this.
We cover taxes if they don't pay, no put sewer in. Oh, yeah, go ahead, put it in.
Yeah, I don't know if we can do that as much as the MGA will. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I mean, this is a case, it's a minor case of let's use this transition grant to solve a problem. So I'll make the motion that we go ahead.
The transition grant still has other pieces to the project, which part of it was supposed to pave the one street that was wrecked when they built another street too. So That's just, it's all part of the grand scheme. And it's people could have, and I wouldn't say that they're millionaires, but they were as worthy as other people to put their sewer.
And I don't disagree with you, but I think from an administration issue and go forward, it is kind of a fight situation that I think we will move forward with more ease. And unfortunately, Gatsby now, or fortunately, is part of our entire operations. And as we go forward, their taxes will go towards paying for some of the ongoing maintenance and stuff go forward. So as tough as it is, I think we just need to move forward. I don't disagree with you that it seems unfair in some ways, but sometimes you bite the bullet and move on.
Councilor Stevens.
I would vastly prefer if we contributed, but didn't cover it all. And some of it is a token that, hey, you're getting an increased service at a very subsidized cost. We want you to chip in something. But when we throw out this transition grant remaining, I mean, there is far more projects than what we have money for. There's drainage, there's buildings with asbestos abatement, there's probably a building or two that we should probably tear down or start planning for. There's paving, there's sidewalk repairs, there's a whole list of things. So I'm saying, even though it's a token, I would vastly prefer if they made some contribution.
So to that end, I don't disagree, but I don't think our current funding in the transition grant is going to pay for all the things that you've just mentioned. Anyways, it is far short of where we were at. Whether we spend it on this or we spend it on tearing down a building or spending on something, you're 100% right. It is going to be a pain in the butt. Would it be proper to say that there should be an offsite levy fee to tear down the buildings, to do the drainage project, all that stuff in the village of Gatsby? That might be fair and equitable, but I don't think we're at that point right now.
You have a comment, Beth, or you were? Okay.
Just need direction.
And I'm okay if you guys don't want to go to 100%. I made the motion to pay up to the $98,000 to make this go forward. If it gets voted down,
I do think it would be very fair and equitable if we did a percentage piece though too. They paid a portion into it, especially too, they're offered something else that the other people didn't have. They're offered the financing piece. So it's not even the same as what the other people that took the risk when they had to put the sewer in.
So on a go forward basis, how much of a headache is this going to be to sign these people up? Have we had any conversation with them?
Well, we've had a couple, we have sent letters out warning them that this was coming. We just didn't have any costs, so now we have the costs. I need council to make a decision on how you want to proceed with it. Then we will notify them and I guess we'll find out.
So the one house that we talked about has now, it's vacant. And it doesn't sound like there's, I'm having a hard time figuring out who owns it. Would we hook that one up? No. That's not part of the 98.
It's not part of the 5, no.
Any other comments before we vote on that? Councilor Nyberg has a motion on the table to fund it.
100% that up for up to $98,000 from the transition funding.
Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? There's the two in favor were Councilor Nyberg and Councilor Grover. Opposed?
Don't get everything you want, eh?
Councilor Stevens?
I'll make a motion with staff recommendation. So that the numbers given are a range for your estimate, so 17 to 5,500.
Do a percentage.
Yeah, depending on how much they need, right? If they've got a good tank, the line's in the right spot, they've got electrical nearby, then it's just a pump.
Yeah, I think that 5,500 would probably be excessive for some of these lots, if it was the higher end. So I will make a motion that we go with staff recommendation number 2, which is the 90-10.
Nine, 10, and 5,500.
No, the 5,500 was recommendation number one.
Okay.
So option number two gives a range of $696 to $2,200.
And the other one, the one you're talking about is 1752.
I'm making staff recommendation number two.
55. That's quite a variation. Eh?
Well, it's just 25% of if there's a tank, if where the line is to it, do the people have electrical out to their?
25 or 10%?
I'm at the 90-10, staff recommendation two.
Dave was talking about the
Your
25.
recommendation is one?
Two.
Oh, two.
Number two. Okay, so no other questions on that? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Okay, just get it done.
I think we're gonna be hooked with some money there, but.
Councilor Grover opposed. Carried.
You're
done.
Okay, 7.5, request for decision. Oh, that's our greater rebuild, which we're taking strat planning, so.
Right.
We don't discuss that. 7.
Let's discuss it some more.
Long discussion, it's gonna be more discussion too, but 7.6, request for decision, protective services enforcement vehicle purchase, 64.
Yeah, so I'll take this one. This is per the budget. Actually, it's comfortably under budget. We went out to tender. We did keep the option a little bit more open. We weren't preferring a pickup truck, a half ton, but we did allow for submissions on that to see how much cheaper they might be over an SUV. Comparing the 25 Dodge Ram to the 25 Dodge Durango is the most apples to apples. It's a pretty small difference between the two. So staff recommendation is to continue to go with the Durangos. Having one half ton in the fleet is convenient, but we definitely don't need to outfit them all as half tons. And then beyond that, just going with of the 3 SUV quotes, we're recommending the cheapest, which is a local 2025 Dodge Durango for $62,573, plus the $22,000 roughly in aftermarket equipment that we have to add on for the lights and sirens and such, for a total purchase price of about $88,000 on a $100,000 budget.
Stevens?
So the functionality that we would be losing, is that primarily the turning radius mentioned?
Turning radius and the size in the base. Those are the two that we're learning. We've got the one half ton, and it's definitely very difficult for them to do traffic operations and turn around quickly. It's not impossible. Obviously, we're not rushing out to go sell that one and say we need a Durango, but this is the recommendation of the men anyways.
Councilor, recommendation.
Any other questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Stevens opposed.
You just want to run
I can't, there's a little bit of me that thinks the same way as you. We could turn that pickup truck into a service vehicle into the fleet later on.
I don't know. The functionality difference, I'm not sold on. I'd rather save the money.
But again, it's less than 10% of the cost.
I can turn it around pretty quick.
Maybe not as quick as you should be saying right here.
You have health and safety standards, yes.
Oh, yeah, there you go again.
That's carried though. 7.7, request for decision, council organizational meeting, page 66 of our package.
Take this one, Mr. Chairman. So we always need to set the organizational meeting date. We have done both full day or half day sessions, and we have done the hour before council. It really depends on council's flavor. I know there's been a lot of discussion about wanting to take perhaps a more holistic look at it. So the other suggestion I've added in through the general clause is that you could, at a meeting that's not the organizational meeting, generate a report either as committee of the whole or a subcommittee for recommendations that could then be adopted by an organizational meeting. That's quite typical in larger assemblies under Robert's Rules of Order. But basically how that would be functionally beneficial to us is to let you go through, instead of having an agenda where you're going through and just saying yay or nay each one, you could basically take a list and say, okay, we've got, this balance of committees for each person, and okay, we've got this guy on lots of library committees. Let's keep them functionally in the same sphere. Just as an option for council to consider. It's not necessary. We've done it the quote unquote normal way before, and it works fine. But
And our call must be held prior to November 4th, those meetings.
Yeah, that's our hard stop per the MGA.
Yes, Michelle.
And if I may, Andrew is specifically mentioning that you guys have that option. You actually, in an earlier council meeting this year, suggested we do have a dedicated committee of the whole to discuss council committees. So,
Mr. Chair, just a note, I will not be here on the October 9th, 2024.
What about the 21st?
It's cool.
What about the 21st meeting?
I'm available there for sure.
People available for that?
Is he looking at a full day, half day?
I don't know. We've kind of rushed through it before, and I think maybe it warrants more conversation.
Okay.
So, but a full day, because we lots of times, or a half day, I should say. We usually try to tie it to a
Council meeting day?
So you're trying to do it within an hour-ish versus if we had 3 to 4 hours, it would.
So many times when we meet for a short meeting, there's lots of other county business that get tagged on.
So.
I can't believe that.
Yeah, I can't either, but I do.
What are you thinking, a half day, or are you thinking?
I think it'd be a half day, and I'm sure they'll find other things if they need. We could do it in a half day. And then unless the men comes up with something that we have to finish a strat thing or a budget thing.
Which, if that was the case, you could dedicate a certain amount of time at the end or whatever. And as the invite gets closer.
Yeah.
Councilor Grover?
Make a motion to have it on the 21st.
Starting at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock's better.
Call the question, all in favor? Be carried.
Believe me, he took his phone because he's texting.
He's on a crossing one of the pieces of the ocean on a ferry today. So I was early this morning. He texted me to say that the trip was going quite well.
Oh, yeah.
Running it down.
You got the trouble, but no.
Okay, 7.8, request for decision, read Truth and Reconciliation Support, page 68 of the package.
Did you want to speak to this, Nikki?
Sure. 2023, council directed us to investigate options and opportunities to support informative community events in our area. And council did support the Friendship Circle collaboration with the public library, Truth and Reconciliation Day events. And so we're just bringing it forward again today to see if council would like to continue this tradition.
I think it worked well last year to partner rather than try to set something up ourselves. And then I think it's better to pool your resources and maybe do more jointly. So I'd be willing to make the motion of option 1 to contribute again jointly in the amount of 2,500, which we did last year, right? Right. Again, to repeat that amount.
Where'd that funding come from last year?
Rural Development Fund. Don't think we've quite spent it all.
Okay, any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Right, 9 agenda items, re-memo lot for sale in Erskine, page 7.
This is just a memo outlining that the county sold the 2 lots in Erskine for the asking price or the price that council set back in March. It's closed. Their development permit is coming to MPC next week, I think, or 2 weeks from now. So I'd just like you to receive it for information.
Stevens,
Make a motion that we receive for information.
questions, concerns?
Comment, if I may. It's so evident that they like the double lots because they bought 2.
Yeah, we've fixed the road up so that they can start working on their home. So we went out and, because it was getting pretty low, especially with manholes and things. So we went in and graded it, and I think they put some more gravel in it. It's ready for construction. They've got their development permit. It's a beautiful home. Yeah.
Councillor Stevens?
We've discussed this a few times about just biting the bullet and joining the lots, doubling them.
Can you wait till I'm off council? Seriously, wait till I'm off council. I'm gonna need a project to do after I'm done.
Did we ever make a formal motion or just discussion around this?
Just lots of discussion, and I mean, we've definitely had some ideas brought forward on what to do out there. The double lots seem to be what everybody wants. It is a beautiful spot out there. These 2 lots are gorgeous. They're, back right onto that pond stormwater. Mosquito way. It's they got a great view. It's a beautiful piece of property. You look for affordable housing. We've had lots of requests about places to bill it, nurses, doctors, vets. The list goes on and on. Does the county look at putting up a duplex, a fourplex, and maybe housing some of these people here trying to help out the community and further their careers? I don't think if we did a nice development that it would be a problem getting rid of it in 5 or 6 years. Yeah.
From a clerical point of view, Mr. Stevens, you did make a motion in a previous council meeting to have it brought back to a future committee of the whole, so it is being looked at currently.
Perfect.
And at that time, I said, wait too. Mr. Chairman, just a quick note, I remember when we did these lots, and kind of went around the table of where every council, I think we had 7 councilors that sat at the table at the time, all kind of were picking different areas that they would say would be, their preferred place. The 2 places that have been acquired were never on the list. They were the ones we all kind of thought maybe right in the middle or off to the side, but it just shows that sometimes we don't know squat. You never know what people are going to come about.
I wouldn't argue Thomas.
Sometimes.
Okay.
We require a vote on that motion.
Call the question. All in favor? Carried. It came back how we wanted it to, so. All right, we're into our reports. CAO's report, page 76 of the package. Everybody's had time to review. I think we've probably got one of the clearest CAO reports in all municipal.
Comprehensive.
Well, it's clear. It is clear though, and plus our weekly reports.
Yeah. You guys have a lot of information you have to sort through.
Any questions on Councillor Stevens?
It was one thing to have the pet bunny at the admin building, but when you have a pet moose, I'm not so sure our safety policy allows for this.
I think there was a little, what would be the right word? We seem to have more water in the storm ponds out at the shop and a lot more geese than what were around the county this spring. So I think maybe the culverts got plugged up so the water would stay.
The moose hasn't been around long enough to be family quite like the bunny.
When we start feeding them this winter, yeah.
No feeding the swamp donkeys.
Any questions? Councilor McKay?
I'll move the report to be accepted.
Call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried. 11.2 to 11.2.4 is accounts payable register, bank reconciliation, July 31st, 2024, reserves, July 31st, 2024, year-to-date budget, July 31st, 2024, pages 127 to 148 of our package. Is there questions on that? I do see, even with Mr. Gender on holidays, he did ask a question.
You did a question.
Answer. Councilor Nyberg? You'll move them?
You betcha.
Any questions, concerns? Call the questions, all in favor, and that would be carried. Councilor fee sheets, page 149 of our package. Any questions on those? Apparently I missed one.
You phoned in and I got Melissa to add it.
Did I phone in?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm losing my mind. Yeah.
You lost it when you got elected.
I'll move the fee sheets to be accepted as presented.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That carried. Councilor committee reports were kind of a little bit short again, but it is summer months.
I had one to put in and I had one meeting that was a reportable meeting.
So any of the ones that are in, does anybody have any key points to discuss or? Word? Councilor Grove, will you move the reports? Okay. Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Consent agenda items. Is there anything that needs to come forward there?
There's a couple of, like the Stettler Adult Learning Center, they're having an open house. The Stettler Regional Fire Department is having a recruitment and open house if any counselors are interested. We did get the petition, roughly, I don't know if I like that word.
Yeah, it's not formally a petition. It's a multi-signed letter from
Scenic Sands not liking the temporary RV bylaw.
They did respond to the letter to their general Scenic Sands Community Association email, just letting them know that the land use bylaw and MDP review are underway, and gave them instructions on how to sign up for notifications on that, because we do anticipate the use of RVs, both as temporary dwellings and as permanent dwellings, will probably be a dedicated, what we would call a white paper on its own, and some dedicated engagement around it. And I think that's probably the most appropriate time to address it. But certainly if council wanted to direct action based on this letter, you could.
I do have one to point out here, and it's 12.5, the Battle River Arts, Innovation, and Neuroscience. A ratepayer in my area phoned about that. I didn't know how to answer his email, so I sent it forward. I told him to get in contact with the office. And I believe that he is looking for some funding, plus he wanted some more information on this, which I couldn't give him at that time. So I know he did phone in to the office, and I think Lorraine did talk to him.
If I may, I talked to Lorraine about the brain conference, and Painter recently funded them $1,000 as well, but that's all we know on our end. Mr. Hagan, I'm sure, would be very willing to give you more information, but he was very sparse in the email we received.
And it is October 25th, 26th.
So if you'd prefer, I could get a hold of Mr. Hagan and get some more information for the October
Yes, I would
meeting.
suggest that if you could, please.
I'm not comfortable funding it until I know a little more about it. It may very well be worthwhile. Just for context regarding the letter from Scenic, I directed them to participate in the land use bylaw update as well. They wanted to take that action. But for context for those here, I received two phone calls and one email saying that they do not support the letter from that community as well. So this is not entirely unified. There is mixed feelings.
The only thing that stuck out in that letter for me was that they did mention that they felt that they were unfairly targeted by the peace officers going up there. So, I mean, I can't help but think every time someone gets a ticket, they always feel that they're unfairly targeted. I mean, I shouldn't say every time. Lots of times people feel that way. I personally, I can honestly say when I got my last meeting ticket, I thanked the officer because it was my fault. It wasn't his fault. I thanked him for doing his job.
I thank him anytime he gave you a ticket.
I would consider a present or a donation.
Officer Stevens, don't bribe my police officers.
Also, we got a letter from Mountain View County, just kind of in summary of the support letters we'd send about the airport funding.
The one pushback I'll give to Councillor Nyberg's point about peace officer enforcement, I would agree that there is increased enforcement out there when it comes to parking, when it comes to speeding, nuisance calls, all those, 100%. But in the context of RVs, you're intentionally putting blinders on to pretend that we don't outright ignore this in other areas. And not to the point of blinders, but we'll advertise events that we know are not getting permits.
Which one would be? It said camping.
Take your pick. I mean, we've had them in every hamlet, at every one of our rural halls. We've had them at councillors' homes, and we've discussed them here. So to pretend this is a one-off that only happens there.
But I strongly disagree with you that we are enforcing in areas that are not being requested. The reason this bylaw is in place is because of a certain area within the county that has on numerous occasions had complaint upon complaint upon complaint. If you go to Bymore, we have never had one RV complaint out of Bymore, not one. Even some of the ones that are nuisance in the fact of their site and the way they look, it doesn't come in as an RV complaint. It comes in as a nuisance property with, it looks junky. It's not that, hey, he's got an RV there and it's blocking my roadway to get somewhere. So Mr. Stevens, I know you and I disagree immensely on this one, but I cannot state it strongly enough that this is sometimes reap what you sow. You are getting the attention out at the lake that has been requested. Now, if I've said it multiple times, if the people at the lake would deal with themselves, we wouldn't have to be there. The toughest part of this job that we have is when neighbors start complaining about neighbors. That is the toughest part of our job, and it always has been. If you've got two farmers complaining about a fence line, that's the toughest job. But they're complaining about the neighbor's RV across the way. What are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to completely throw a blind eye and let them park on the middle of the street? I don't think that's right. If you take this bylaw away, we're not going to be able to do any enforcement.
Plus, it's abuse of our utilities in a lot of cases. What else is there too? You know, like multiple trailers tied in.
The fence line thing, I tell them all the time, in my area and the other one. And I got a list of surveyors, and call one of these guys, but they'll come out, they'll put that fence right on the line.
Didn't we just have?
Well, it's only on 2 feet, I guess it's not that bad, and they'll pay their I have to pay $1,100 just to,
I think we just had one to come in front of council.
I don't know where.
Yeah, but you're,
Okay, it was in Big Valley.
and the other, like I know there's homecomings, there's family reunions, that everybody that's there is, that all the neighbors typically are at them, so.
I have argued for exemptions out of this bylaw and that it's far too broad.
And that might be the case.
And there should be a special event option if you want to have a family reunion, or if you want to have a ball tournament at Linda Hall. Or there is some land uses where I don't care if you have 2 RVs there, or 3 or 4, because absolutely no one else is affected. And we have made a bylaw that is way too broad for one sliver. And then pretended that that one sliver is all that we applied it to, knowing full well the only 2 exemptions were RV resorts and campgrounds.
We have our family reunion, usually we have it in the south border there. Get any complaints? Usually it's a act, no, we don't have any act, we have a shooting contest. Nobody comes. Like, no, you better look after some of your own stuff in there.
I know as a counselor, because I am well aware that this bylaw is in place, I consciously make a choice of following that, and will get the free permit to make sure I'm in compliance.
You also sit in one of the most visible spots.
And not everybody likes you. No.
I agree. We need to tweak it once the land use bylaw is open anyways. We need to tweak it a little bit, because it would just kill the Bymore ball tournament if every one of them needed a permit, because not very many would bother, and it would kill the tournament, because if that was one more thing, if you go to Bymore, you got to get a permit. And a lot of them are spur of the moment, filling in that last team or whatever. So I know it needs to be tweaked slightly for, event exemptions or something.
And it will be very much looked at in the upcoming deals, for sure. Land use bylaw, we have it on next Monday, I think. Dave will make sure it's there.
Any other questions on our consent agenda item? I do have one thing that's on my desk here that I didn't add to the agenda, but it was a request we had to put in a letter on reduction in conserved volumes, flaring, and impacts on rural municipalities. It's that the AER is trying to make rules, and have always been there after the shutdown of the Nevis gas plant, and this is just when it's rising again. And it could shut in any sour production in our areas. I've talked to Bears Paw in regards to it, and basically they put applications in for other means of trying to get rid of their sour gas, and we're declined. So basically he said, our hands are tied. We'd have to shut in, we'd have to abandon it. So from a county of Stettler perspective, in a lot of counties, that's huge to us in our industry and our tax base. So we were asked if we would put a letter into the government, which Nikki did write a letter, and I just wanted to let council know before I signed it that we were putting that letter out to us.
We will. We're just waiting to get the numbers together.
It's a.
Is it Tanya Fuhrer? Who is it we would send that to?
Minister of Environment, it was.
Or Brian G.
Well, it would be Energy Minister is in control, or not in control of the AER. That would be the wrong phrase, is in consultation with AER.
I gotta say, the minister is in control of all of the regulations that they bring forward to cabinet.
Not the AER.
And the AER is a product of regulations. And I don't think we should ever lose sight that the government governs.
Should
political rant for today.
How it terms, because they're not supposed to have direct overall.
Not direct staff. You're not allowed to direct staff.
They set that rule for themselves.
So would this letter be going out to multiple ministers then, since there's crossover?
Definitely Nate, probably environment, and I would say energy.
I would send it to the premier too, because it's not going to only affect us, it's going to affect everybody.
Well, Bear Spot's the one that reaches out, but I mean, it will affect CNLR, it will affect Enhance, and it will affect Amber.
And it will really it will also affect County of Bashaw, because that production came in, County of Lacombe, the production.
Starland County.
So it's, and Starland. So it's multiple municipalities because of the fumbling on the Nevis gas line.
So CC, the premier CCRMA.
There's a number of smaller junior companies that will also be hit by this in that same area, the Bordites, the Sun Centuries, the junior guys that may not even.
That's been since 2019. We've had just kind of a 5-year window where I think it almost appears that it looks as if we'll forget about what happened at Nevis now that there's no longer a building, there's just cement there. And enforce the regulations that were in place prior to that.
So what did these guys do previously? So there is pipelines hooked up to all these wells to take out the sour?
The oil production from their batteries, and it was piped to the Nevis gas plant where the sulfur was taken out. You were allowed 10% flare at your, smaller percentage of that at your battery, but maximum 10% flare, which was very difficult. You had for 4 hours and you had to be within that, and you were trying to shut things down. Wintertime, it was impossible to go down to 10% flow, or you were freezing, and it was a real issue. But after Trident and the government and Kira shutting down, it has not been brought up to this point. Councillor Stevens.
The sour was processed at Nevis. The only other option without getting a sour gas replacement facility would be to put it at the individual well sites. And you're talking about sweetening skids, et cetera, at every single one. It would be cost prohibitive.
No, they do have already existing pipelines somewhere.
If you could get the hydrogen sulfide somewhere, then you could ship it.
No, but I mean, from the well site to somewhere. You're not trucking this stuff. There's no ability.
No, the pipelines exist. The facility, you need to sell sweet gas. If it was all sweet gas, they could still sell.
No, and then what I'm saying too, that there's not just the well site, but it'll be the pipeline under the ground that goes to Nevis. That would be also a taxable product.
And the irony of this is they're looking at a mature asset assessment review for these types of situations, because a lot of the wells and companies that we're talking about, these are very mature assets. If you force them to put up sweetening skids at every well site, they're just going to shut them in.
And walk away from the field at the end of it.
Some looked at trying to put in sweetening skids with acid gas injection in their main central facilities, and were turned down. They couldn't license that. So it's a dog chasing its tail.
And your only one of your few other options is to keep the fluid and try and re-inject the gas down hole. That opens up an entire other can of worms with asphaltenes, and it's a nightmare.
I did talk to our MLA on it, and he said that possibly he said the deputy minister of energy should be getting in touch with him because of the fact that it does really affect his area and a lot of areas within Alberta. It's just a knee-jerk reaction. So.
You had to get involved before, because right after they shut down the Kira gas plant, both CNLR and Bear Spot, they weren't allowing them to flare, and they had made application and they took their sweet time. And we had to get involved because both of them were getting to the point where they were going to shut their wells sites down. We got involved, and they, Bear Spot and CNLR flare north of Erskine, and Bear Spot and Enhance flare at Big Valley, and then there's a couple other sites, but it was very limited, and all stemming from the way they handled the Trident bankruptcy.
We'll forward that letter over. it goes to the energy minister and all CC did.
Trying to make a point of what it's cost us since this has happened, and those are big numbers.
They need to know.
That snowball's getting pretty large.
It is.
At the bottom of the hill, yeah.
It's coming hard. Yeah. Okay, next item is in camera session.
If I could, councilors, you did never approve your consent agenda.
Oh, consent agenda items.
I was just gonna do that, yes.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Councilor Stewart,
I'm gonna listen to in camera.
all in favor? You still want to be here, Councilmember?
No, I just wondered, do we have to vote unanimous?
No, you can sit here as long as you'd like.
Lights off. Powers of
Okay,
state.
next meeting is Wednesday, October 9th. The last item on the agenda. Councilor McKay.
I will do so. Adjourn.
Question all in favor?